Don't go kicking Twitch's ass or anything like that. They may not like it if you do. I honestly forgot to post my what's-a-mahoozy tweet as well. You subbed on the 7th. Weird. I will be real. Weird. Alrighty, where is... I still have other channels I need to look up. Where in the world am I? What am I doing? Cookie for Jason! Hang on a sec. I need to... Where am I? What am I doing? Where am I? What am I doing? Where are my things? This is my thing. There we go. Hi there, Icy. Welcome to the stream with your carrot and the pointing. We got Bone in here who did the recent resub, but something weird is going off with there. Benru is in. Let's see. Furry Cures got in first. Oh, and Cookie. Cookie for Jason. Here you go. Jason, here's your cookie. Cookie. I hope you're all doing okay. I have to, like, kind of stand up just a little bit when I go and give that cookie. But yeah, hopefully everyone is doing A-OK-Z's. I had to go into work today, which, you know, not all that fun, I will be real with you, going in on Saturdays. Like, because either it's going to be a busy day, which is like, great, I'm working tough on a Saturday. Also, why is my thingy-majiggy not doing the things I want it to do? Connect. Wow. There we go. Also, I think I might need to adjust my face. Hang on. Boop. There we go. So yeah, Saturdays I have to, like, you know, once in a while I'll have to go in there, and it's either going to be busy, in which case I'm not having like any sort of fun whatsoever, or nothing is happening in the office and I'm just stuck there, you know, dealing with, where is my phone? There it is. Sorry, because I'm still on call as well, which is like still an annoying thingamadoog.
That boy underscore 97 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Boy! So soon? I see he's slightly drunk. Ah! Okay.
Hello!
Looking back at the tweet you made, I thought this was Legend of Zelda, you dumbass. No, it's not, you dumbass. It's just, what's-a-mahoozy? It's just, words fail me. It's just Final Fantasy 14 because it's MMO night. Alrighty, let me do my 20 squats, okay? Which boy? That boy. Oh shit, that boy. Alrighty, here we go. Stretch. Stretch. Ugh. This is going to be one of those classic Saturdays, isn't it? Where I'm wondering where all the energy has gone. And I have, like, no big news. And I'm just having to run off of, like, you know, minimal energy. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6! Oh my god! There's a raid in the middle of my squats. Hi there, code. 6, 7. Also, why did my shirt not get stolen? Hang on. Something went wrong. Oh my god, my shirt's not getting stolen. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm almost done with these. 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, my goodness. All right, I gotta fix some things. Cookie! Who wanted the cookie? Engrel! Here's your cookie, Engrel. All right, hang on. Hang on. Okay, let's see. Defaults.
Did you see it?
Hang on, hang on, hang on. I'm just trying to see if...
Did you see it?
Did I do something weird where I tried to make the, No, I think the Okay, settings, expressions, fun, angry, joy, sorrow, arm, brows up, down, cookie, dabbing, D himbo, extra himbo, hair, gun, not safe for work. Why is avatar... Cancel, hang on. Settings, general. I'm going to need to have a look at... So, stop hiding my avatar. Is it working now? I think it's working. Hello, everyone! Oh, boy. I forgot how fucking big my nipples are. Jesus Christ. I remembered, like, thinking, oh, I'll just put the normal nipples back on with all the, with the color scheme and such. Oh, that is a real big, you know, mistake, because every time this happens now, I'm just like, oh my god, it feels very big. So I'm doing this right now. And I'm not going to be, like, it's going to be very hands. It's going to be very embarrassing, like, when the time comes when I'm in the middle of a video game and you know, this thing goes off and I can't protect myself because I'm in the middle of playing a video game like a raid or something like that. And you're hanging on. Yep, very large. You should see the PNG update Angrel is doing for you. Ooh, that would be interesting. Also, thank you for the Hyper Himbo, Angrel. You're not wearing anything? I'm wearing pants. I have to at least wear pants, okay? I'm fine as is. All right, no zebra pecs for me. But now you do. Now you have zebra pecs. So yeah, I should have asked this sooner. How was Breath of the Wild, Code? Hopefully it was going all right. How is the experience in the, in playing The Legend of Zelda? Stop cupping your nipples. It's embarrassing. I forgot how big they were, okay? You're moving on to Gorons. Oh, you're to the big stone kind of peeps, right? That's what you're doing, right? I think that's what you're doing. So, good for you. I'm still going through Tears of the Kingdom. I'm like, last night's Tears of the Kingdom, you know, was a bit of a bigger now under Hyper Himbo. Yes, they're bigger now. Last night wasn't like, you know, wasn't too much fun, I think, for a lot of people watching me, because, you know, even though it was a case of I've already done a little bit of exploration and such, I was still fucking about in this game. Like, I wasn't doing any story progression whatsoever. So there was a number of people that were like, I'm not going to watch this in case there is story progression. But then, you know, there was other people that were like, well, what the fuck? Here's a zebra who's just exploring on the back of a horse for the last hour. Where's the progression? And then just, like, you know, moves on. So kind of tricky trying to like, you know, do that kind of game, because when it comes to RPGs that I haven't played before, it's like exploration is like a really big thing I want to do, and when it's a brand new game, it's like some of the exploration, like, I don't know is going to be exploration where I'm like, oh, it's going to accidentally, you know, progress some sort of plot I wasn't aware of, or, you know, when I did on stream, it does nothing whatsoever because I've already hit like one or two of the hole marks. So yeah. All right. What was the other thing in my head? I know a large number of people are doing Subfest. I didn't get an invite to such a thing. I don't know how Twitch Australia's like community picks their dear God, Grant is naked. Shh. Shh. Don't let them know. Don't let everyone know the nipples are back. It's a secret. Don't know why she was so in my... Hi there, Danny. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right. What was that about Twitch Australia? So, right? So, Twitch ANZ there's like a community team for Twitch ANZ, and they're the ones that do things like that are like events that are going off on Twitch in Australia. So, for example, the Subfest that went off last year, and the Subfest that went on this year, you know, they're all like the community managers and such like that for Australia obviously are, you know, grabbing who they want and going, hey, what you doing? Oh my god, why is that a fucking wormhole? Jesus Christ. Oh, can I like move it with my mouse? No, it's just doing its own thing. All right, so yeah, so you know, a lot of people were picked. A lot of VTubers, amazingly enough, like Puffin, Kusaki, Mixie, Mudasaur, Mega, Scribbly Noodle, like quite a number of peeps that I like hung out with in Furdu and such like that, which was kind of interesting. Weirdly enough, Blue Foxy Nicey Icy didn't get one. I thought he would have, like, because I'm gonna be real with you, chat. If Puffin got it, I felt like maybe Blue probably would have been a close likelihood, but maybe it's a case of they wanted to go for peeps that were, you know, they had been streaming for like, you know, the however long on kind of time, because Puffin has been streaming longer than most other peeps, and then Z, I feel like Z is like the shortest time frame. He's like the youngest streamer in the Subfest in my thoughts, but he's like really close to getting partner. So my hypothesis as to, you know, who they're picking for the Subfest is Z's almost at 2 years. I'm pretty sure Z is over 2 years. Hang on. Like, because I'm pretty sure I'm getting close to 2 years, or I might have gone over it technically if I include my none affiliate times. Yeah, I created my account April 15th. And then Scribbly Noodle, hang on. Scribbly Noodle. So I started streaming almost like in April kind of thing. And then Z created March 26, 2017. Well, that's not true. July 2021 is probably when he first started. It looks like when he first started streaming is July 2 years ago. So yeah, you're right. He's getting there. So, but yeah, he feels like the quote unquote like sort of shortest in time frame aims, like compared to like everyone else that's in Subfest, where they're a mixture of they're already partners, so it's sort of like almost a given. Even I feel like where the Subfest was meant for partners to keep them into Twitch and, you know, have them be in this relationship of not only are they gaining subscribers on Twitch because Twitch is throwing them this bone, but Twitch still gets, you know, gets their like, you know, 50% or 30% depending on their partnership. And then meanwhile, affiliates that are close to getting partner. Hi, Luna. Oh my gosh, it has been a long time. Good evening, or maybe it's morning for you. Hi. Oh my goodness, he got denied partner. Twas sad. Yeah, you know, he's really close. The reason he didn't get partner is they noted viewership. Like, he hit the requirement, but then he didn't, like, consistently keep to that number, which is because what Twitch wants is they want consistent numbers without raiders and hosts. So, and the thing is, Scribbly Noodle, he does pretty decent numbers. It's like, the fact that he gets over, like, I think on his own, he gets like 40 viewers on average or something like that. Once he gets rated, however, he easily gets well over the partnership requirements. But, you know, 75 viewers is their not. Yes, 75 average viewers is their cutoff. But the thing is that once you reach that 75 average viewers in the 30 days, they don't like rescind it from your partnership application. So you can just, so even if you're only averaging like, you know, maybe it's 69 viewers or maybe it's 40, or maybe you get down as low as like 10 because you took on like a week, like a month long or a year long break or something like that, your application for partner is still open for you to submit however many times you want. But, you know, obviously Twitch still want, you know, good, strong numbers. And Scribbly Noodle is one of those peeps where he can very well get close to it. And I'm pretty sure he's in this interesting position where most of the other furry VTubers that I know of are either, they're full-time / part-time kind of peeps like me, where we have our 9-to-5 job, and that's paying the bills for food, internet, housing, and, all this kind of stuff. Like Twitch is not paying the bills just yet for Z and myself, but then there are some peeps such as Mega, Zephora, where Twitch probably still isn't the wholesale grabbing that bread kind of shit, but because they're content creation full time, I think Mega is a full-time content creator. I believe I'm pretty sure Zip is. But yeah, because of being content creators where it's full-time, where they're either doing art, they're most likely going to be doing streaming, trying to distribute their clips, and just, be on the internet and be able to do the streaming at the times that are substantial populace for both the Australian, your local viewership times, but then also your American viewers, because twitch.com is still very much a big American site. One of his first hits of the thunderstorm. Ooh, hold. Sick. Got the Wi-Fi working. Sorry. The deer god Radium. What about the deer? What about that deer? He's not a god. He's just a regular ass deer is what he is. Alrighty, hang on. I can't be sticking around here. I gotta get ready for this, for Final Fantasy XIV. I have not played this game in weeks. I'm really glad I don't have a house, because I really feel like the 45 days I could very well lose housing. But yeah, there's the Bun Boy. I still have not done any major changes to the Bun Boy. Try months. Months? Right. Oh, yep. No, I think I saw that earlier. I think I saw him trying to do the, the thingamadiggy. Alrighty. So yeah, we're still in Stormblood. We're I think 20 or 30 sort of missions away before we've gotten through the main quest for this, and then there's all the patch content afterwards. So let's see. Ralger's Beacon. You, Raban, and your allies have much to discuss. Healing, casting, and then aim. Alright. So yeah. Yeah, pray with me, chat, as I hopefully still retain the energies to go through this game and not, just crap out after an hour being like, oh no, don't know if this is depression or not, but I just want to go to sleep, and then just end the stream there. Hopefully I'm not going to go to that level. You're going to keep me awake, Egg Stream? You're going to keep me awake? You're going to keep these energies up? Holy shit, imagine trying to keep these energies up. My goodness, it must be difficult being an extrovert. Oh, what the hell just went up my face? Oh, Luna and Icy are having a little fight, and then Alvirus is just coming in with an axe.
Masonic 1776 paid me to say, what do you do for work when not streaming, Mr. Zeeb?
IT support. That's my job, and that's about the most you will get. I got tired saying hello. Oh, hello. How am I? Oh my, wait, is there just a delay to my stream or something like that? Because now I'm seeing Luna saying, how are you? And doing the sniffers. I am fairly okay, just fighting boars. I'll slap you if I need to. How do people do... Oh, how do people just, be social creatures? Ow! Ow. Alright. I need to end this thing. Oh my goodness, Thunderstorm is on a 10 kill streak. Amazing. Probably because of that mace. Although, unfortunately, I'm going to have to end it there. Let's see. Can I just... I can hit... Oh, I'm going to hit exit. There we go. We're going to make it we're going to make it a proper... You can disable this in the game. Oh, okay. Alt F4. Alrighty then. So, yeah, my 9 to 5 job is desktop support. That's how I'm paying for my bills and such like that. I'm not going to give up that job because as fun as it is, streaming and trying to do clips and such, like I most recently, Twitch did an update where anyone, like you can now more easily create vertical clips directly from the Twitch interface, and you know, through there, it will just go straight. You can put it into straight into YouTube Shorts, which I quite like. Where's my brain at? No, Denny! No! Not my beautiful muscles! Ah! My beautiful muscles. Oh my goodness. Stream over, everyone go home, streamer dead. Streamer dead. You don't know how tempting it is sometimes to get the Twitch, like, oh no, something's broken kind of thing. But the fact of the matter is I don't think that would work out really well, just because of the simple fact that there will be times that my thing will actually do that, and if and then I like sometimes might have to stop the stream altogether and start it up again, because then the audio tracks don't properly work. Box head. Yeah, I got boxed head. So, but yeah. So I gotta try and keep myself awakeys and doing all this stuff. There you are, and there is Commander Kemp, I see. I know you are eager to speak of our next move, but we would first hear more of your last. Tell us of your deeds in Doma. Oh, is it just gonna go to a cutscene like right away? Jesus. Yep, it goes into something of a cutscene. But yeah, as much as I would love to try and do like this as a full-time job and such, I don't yet have the chops of being able to, like, you know, compress any of my streams down to like a enjoyable like YouTube like 15-minute or 25-minute like rant. And even then, it's like I feel like if I wanted to do a YouTube video, I'd want to do like, you know, the videos that Bricky and Nakey Jakey, I think his name is. I want to do videos like that with my VTuber, where instead of it being a case of, you know, going through the video game and then just doing the Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, or PewDiePie thing of, like, you know, cutting out the best bits and then, you know, having all that stuff. Stop looking at the lack of chest in front of me. Look at it, it's caved in. It's caved in, Jason. But yeah, I would very much rather have, you know, with YouTube, a sort of scripted video where I'm either talking about my experiences when, you know, playing certain games and some of their mechanics are cropping into my head, such as the, you know, the current state of this whole, you know, online play games as a service thing that has been sort of a development from the MMO times, where that used to be a subscription and is now a free-to-play model with, you know, alternative means of purchasing, the commentary of, like, the Souls-like genre.
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
This is probably going to break if... Oh, wait, no, it's still... Okay, still working. Cool. I was worried for a second that, like, the Himbo nonsense wouldn't work, but amazingly enough, the maid outfit still works. But yeah, there's stuff I want to talk about there, like, so, you know, the Souls-like genre and, you know, what it might actually be if you're not clinging to Dark Souls, and seeing if people can, like... Because, you know, trying to explain what Dark Souls is without using it in the same name is like trying to describe to a blind person what the color red is. Think about that for a minute.
This is beautiful.
Oh my god, was that my biggest fan, Furry Cures? Congratulations. But yeah, like, I remember seeing this, like, it was a Tumblr post or something like that. My god, Tumblr posts are either, like, the greatest shit posting or some of the more insightful, like, crazier commentary quotes, such as, you know... Oh, God may judge you for your sins, but his outweigh yours, or something like that. But yeah, like, imagine trying to explain the color red was one of them without, you know, without utilizing other colors to explain it. Dark Souls is a game where you die a lot because the world hates you. Fuck you, player. No. I'm not meaning like Dark Souls, like in this, you know, in this sort of like, haha, like, oh, you're just gonna die. Get good, scrub. It's a skill issue kind of. I'm not talking about like describing the Dark Souls games and genre and the Dark Souls likes that we've been getting in a meme fashion, but the evolution we went through when we've gone from, instead of calling a video game a Doom clone, we started calling it a first-person shooter. That sort of thing. It's like saying enchilada is a burrito. No, do not bring that back. I know the difference. That is not the entirely same. Stop bringing up the fact I couldn't tell the difference between an enchilada and a burrito when I first got it, okay? It just seemed the same to me. I didn't think there was different kinds of tortillas to go with. Boy. Must be hard being a mate with...
Lem smash.
Bonk! Yep, nice work, Furry Cures. Thank you for bonking Masonic for the horny comics. That is exactly what the bonk is for. Oh yeah, he already said his things.
Very well. Allow me.
Pull the lever.
No, not the lever!
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
Ooh, I have a Coke
Free
Zero I
after
can
all
use to give
these
myself
years.
some energy. Hang on a second, chat. Okay, hopefully that caffeine will actually keep me awake instead of, like, you know, plateauing the mental energies.
Bloody hells. Flooding their own castle for a better chance at victory. We could learn a thing or two from that lad.
There's something about this cat girl's eyes. Like, okay, it's now at, like, the bottom, but, like, they just feel bigger than everyone else's.
Our agents report a flurry of communications between Garlemald and Alamigo in recent days. 'Tis plain they are in the midst of deliberating their response to the Doman uprising.
I feel like we're entering in the third act of this game. Or like for Shadowbringers, I should
Every
say.
Imperial unit in occupied territory will be on the lookout for civil unrest. The fear of leaving critical
It's
locations
amazing when you
undefended
have a good
will make
mic.
commanders think twice about committing their
Observe
forces, giving us
this.
a chance to seize the initiative.
There we go. Hands are a little wet. I was going through like some of my old clips, and I used to have the gun really, really loud.
While we've done our
Actually,
best
do I
to
still have
rebuild
the-
the resistance, the Imperials
Yes, I do.
have only increased their efforts to root out sympathizers. If we keep on playing for smaller prizes, it's only a matter of time before they crush us again. And that we won't come back from.
A swift advance seems best for all concerned, not least poor Mistress Cryo.
You can't use the bonk too quickly, I'm sorry to say. There is a time limit on those.
Then let us waste no more time.
Becky.
The campaign
Lem
for
smash.
Alamigan liberation begins now.
Bonk!
Our first objective will be to capture Castellum Valadina. Take the bridge, and the whole of the fringes will be ours.
Oh, I clicked him too quickly.
I name this operation Rulga's Beacon. For as Rulga once sent his star to guide our ancestors to these lands, so too shall it see us home.
Neat! Did not know who Ralgar was until this point. Stirring shit. Sounds like, you know, if someone called it, like, Moses' Stand or something. Although I'm pretty sure, like, Ralgar is a more historical figure than a mythical figure in this world, so maybe Moses doesn't work. Washington did cross the Delaware. It could be called, like, Washington's Push or something. Going to be a cold night here tonight? Ooh! Well, to be fair, it's Australia. Like, cold is subjective. I don't think it gets too cold. I quite like it. Granted, I'm a 125 kilo sort of zebra, so, you know, the cold doesn't bother me that much. The success of this operation is paramount. So long as the Empire holds Castellum Veldonia, the main host cannot advance. Xenos knows this, which is why he has ordered Fordola and her men to see to the bridge's defense. So we get to fight the skulls again. The Butcher is not to be underestimated. She is decisive, ruthless, and feared by friends and foes alike. But we have a plan to defeat her. First, we need an alliance force down the main road, signaling our intention to mount an all-out assault. The garrison will muster their forces and prepare for a protracted battle. However, they will soon find that we are ill-prepared for their counterattack. Our men will begin to break ranks and flee. I see. Show them your backs and give them a target too tempting not to pursue. Aye, Fordola is too aggressive not to press the advantage. She will order her men to give chase. We lure them as far as East End, where the commanders will rally their forces and attempt to hold their ground. If all goes to plan, we should be able to keep the greater part of their garrison occupied, leaving us to tackle the bridge's remaining defenders. Very clever, I'm sure, but what are we to do if the Imperials smell a rat and return before we've taken the place? I don't need you to take Veldonia, Commander Kemp. All I need is for you to fly your flag from its tower. You mean to trick them into believing the bridge has fallen? Aye, we convince them Veldonia is lost, hit them hard with our reinforcements, and watch them go running for the hills. Then, when the dust has settled, we regroup at the Castellum. What say you? Hell yeah. The most you need to worry about in Australia is natural fire and floods. Oh, yeah, being in Brisbane, I have to worry about floods. I don't really have to worry about fires, and I'm in the city, so the most nature I have to deal with is if I decide to leave food out for the cockroaches. Note to self, do not leave any food or large bodies of water out, otherwise I'm gonna get bugs that way. It's really annoying, and, you know, if there's one, then there's probably like a dozen more. 2 days ago, watched Encanto, and yesterday you watched Frozen 2. You loved both of them. Neat! I haven't seen either of those. Not too interested in Frozen 2, but I am interested in Encanto. Probably should give that a try at some point. It's a bold plan, but a good one. We'll do it. Dun, 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 dun. In that case, we shall support both the Resistance and the Alliance forces. Grant, Liss, Ehrenwald, I ask that you accompany Commander Kemp. Alize and I will return with the Flame General. We will return to Regal's Reach and make our preparations. As soon as they are complete, we will join you in the field. Godspeed. Excellent. We don't talk about... Why does that sound like a song? We don't talk about Bruno. Or whatever. That is a song, isn't it? We don't talk about Bruno is a song, isn't it? God. I feel like, some days I feel like I need another stream deck for some reason, but then I look here and I'm like, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can see 9 spare buttons here. I could very well, like, just decide to... Oh, okay. Okay, that's interesting that I've had... Where's my... Okay, my CPU ain't problematic. Oh my goodness, everything is like under 75% on my PC. The CPU is hitting 62s to 70s. My GPU is 69 to 76. It's amazing. And then the memory's at 46% consistently, so... If you haven't watched the movie, you definitely might have heard the music of Encanto. Maybe. I may have heard the music. Alright, can I just use my guy here and fly around? No, I cannot. Okay. I just need to... You know... Look at this big boy. That's a lot the last time I was here. Wait, what was a lot the last time you were here? I'm trying to think of a number I said. Like, the kilograms? The levels? The what? I am now a little bit worried what Luna is talking about. Is there... Your soundboard. Oh, yeah, no, I've got, like, I have all these buttons, but then I have in one of the folders, I have this thing called OBS filters, where it has, you know, the normal zooming in the top left, zooming into the bot that would be there, zooming into a guest that would be there. Actually, if I bring up the TTS bot, then I can go here, then he goes away, then I zoom into me, then I can zoom into chat, then I can zoom in on the center, but then let's go to me, and then let's do the pixels. Oh, that's too high of a pixel count. All right, let's go for a lower quality pixel count. Look at that. And then if we want, we can go grayscale. Really, that doesn't do anything. Can you see the difference between grayscale me and normal me? You can't, can you? Look at this nonsense. You probably didn't even notice that my tongue is changing colors or that my eye color isn't gray. Or meanwhile, something more concerning is the maid outfit isn't properly, like, white. Sorry for hurting your head. All right, back to normal. Sorry. Ow. In case you haven't noticed, the flag flying above Veldonia is bloody massive. It'd take a dozen men to change it, and far too long besides. But there's no need for all of that, right, Minago? Not so long as I have my griffin and a satchel of glamour prisms, no. Ehrenvold, you're in charge of the runners between us and the Alliance. No link pearls. Liz, I want you to look in on the squadrons. Make sure they've got everything they need. Everyone clear? Why did you laugh at the sound? Because it's a fart noise. There are just, like, I don't have any funny noises in my soundboard. All I've got are... Once again, I can't hear a thing. Voice mod. Ow. Soundboard. Why is my doot not working?
Baby needs money.
Where's my doot? Oh my gosh, what happened to all of my... Why isn't my Stream Deck doing the things I want it to do? Where is your sound alerts? I don't know. Wait, are you talking about like a different sort of sound alert? Hang on. Throw, ding, ding, dunk, dunk. Hit the little plus. HUD FX, safeguard. You're talking about like the extension, you're talking about the extension things, right? Trying to reconnect to voice mod. Oh, why is it having a hard time? There we go. There.
Silence wedge.
Yes, I am a literal child some days. All right, what are some other noises?
You hear that, Boomer?
Surprise, motherfucker.
So many sounds.
Bruh.
Nice. Kobe!
Chris is right. Hello there.
Suck.
Did one of those sounds say, show me that booty? No, I don't have a show me that booty. I don't have that as a sound, unfortunately. I've got, boobies. Oh, beans.
Beans. Beans.
Hello.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Check out my
Boobies!
baby needs.
You hear that?
Boomer near.
Why you bullying?
There's a lot of sounds in my soundboard, and not all of them are on my stream deck. Hi there, Trumpetolins. I don't know how to say that name. Hang on a second. Trumpet Collins. That's it. That's how I say it, isn't it?
Trumpet Collins _gaming.
Yes. Sorry. Look, I'm gonna have to be real with you, Trumpet Collins. Can I call you Collins for short? I'm gonna have to like, you know, lay in on, like, you know, a very, like, disturbing thought that pumps into my head. But as an American, every time I see that, like, opening thing, I'm not seeing trumpet. I'm seeing Trump. I can't get it out of my head. I know trumpet opens with Trump, and really I should just try and, like, you know, go through the rest of it and realize, oh, it says trumpet. But I can't stop thinking about that. But I know, Cookie for Night Sky, I know that you're not, like, you know, one of those, like, MAGA hat kind of peeps, because I met you at, like, Furdu and what have you, but... You see what I mean? Look at Sky giving me the classic ooh woo. If I ever post anything cool on my Twitter, even if no one likes it, even if it's like the dankiest fucking fetish or what have you, I'm still gonna have fucking Night Sky giving me a like for that and typing in ooh woo. I can always trust that Sky is gonna say ooh woo to something I share, and it just makes my day. It just makes my day knowing that I still have reach. I still have people that appreciate the things I do. You unfortunately get a fuck ton of flack in games for it, which sucks. You get kicked from games. You need another name. We'll workshop a game or something like that. You can do like a soft reboot or something where... Or maybe you just need to put the trumpet and maybe you need to do the underscore. Here's an idea. Okay, so because here's what you can do. You're on Twitch. You can drop the gaming part. You can drop the gaming. You don't need to do that kind of thing because you're on Twitch. Most of the platform is going to be on gaming. You might have the opportunity to do other things, but you're just limiting yourself. You're not just, you know, the gaming side of Trumpet Collins. You are Trumpet Collins. So you can do the underscore between the trumpet and the Collins. You probably don't need me talking to you about this kind of stuff, what with a name like GrantZeebs. Or, you know, Blue calling me a fucking handshake Andy. You was known as Trumpet Man, Trumpet Collins all through school many years before Trumpet.
Furrycures 1221 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Before Trump. Yeah. Alrighty. I gotta do my 20 squats. You gonna join? Ow. Stretching! Stretching! Excuse me. Stretching. You had to stop me before this conversation got any longer. Fair enough. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you for the 20 squats. I greatly appreciate it. Right now you're doing a push-up challenge for charity. You're gonna do 3,000 push... Oh, in a month. Jesus Christ. That's... Wait, hang on. How many? Wait, 3,000. Wait, is that 30,000 or 3,000? 3,000. Hang on. So, there's 30 days. So, 3,000 divided by 30 is... 30 goes into once. Well, here's the thing, and then 100. So you're having to do 100. Oh, wrong button. You're having to do 100 push-ups a day, basically. Oh my goodness. Oh, hi, Rami. Welcome to the stream. My goodness, it's been a long while. Goodness gracious, how long has it been? God damn, it's been a while. 6, 7, 5. Geez, it's been months. Hi there, Romy. I hope you're doing all right. My goodness. Some days are less, some days are more. Fair enough. I think on an average day, like especially a streaming day, I get up to like maybe 100 squats, maybe 150 a day, and I normally get to do that at like, you know, maybe what's a mahoozy? Maybe takes me about maybe 2-3 hours to get to that number. But I reckon if it's like, you know, committing, push-ups are just so much harder to do than squats. But I don't want to do push-ups on stream because, you know, I have like this like rig on my chest here, so then that way you can see what my hands are doing. It's not just so I can like, you know, rummage my titties like Mads can do. You got so at 3,144 all to get. Oh, you've already gone over the 3,000 push-ups in the month. Good for you. Sorry, work really conflicts with the Australian time zone, but you're okay? Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm currently in a maid outfit because Danny decided to put me in a maid outfit, and this goes off for like an hour. So hence you're going to be seeing my pecs in like a booby window, and I can do this. Maybe I need to have a clip where, you know, I just need to be like, oh, hi. Sometimes you can go into the stream and do this. Oh, hands. Come on. There we go. This is what you're missing out on, chat. Or, actually, no, not chat. Let me do this again, because this is like, we're trying to promote people trying to get into my streams. This is what you're missing if you're not one of my viewers on twitch.com/GrantZeebs. Hit it. Ooba. Thank you for the follow, Trumpet Collins. I'm just gonna right-click. I'm just gonna click your name, and I'm gonna nickname it to Trumpet_Collins. Dink. Trumpet_Collins. There we go. That way, you know, it's stuck in my head as that. And then Romy. And the earth. What earthquake? What? Australia doesn't get earthquakes. What the fuck? What? Am I gonna have to wait, no. Earth. I can't spell earth. I spelt it without the R. Earthquake. Earthquake news. Oh. Oh. Apparently it was off the coast. Yeah, that's not an earthquake we have to be concerned about. That's a tsunami. Like, okay, just to put into context for what Romy might be talking about. So, a tsunami warning was issued for an Australian island, either yesterday or something like that. They announced it at like 8:20 p.m. on Friday because under the sea there was an earthquake of like 7.2 on the southeast of New Cambodia, or no, not Cambodia, New Caledonia. The main tsunami waves have now passed all expected Lord Howe Island locations. But yeah, so there was an earthquake that was like way ways out. Like, hang on a second, let me just get you an image of like, because they have like a little spot for like, yes, this is where the earthquake hit and such like that, just to give context to Romy's concern, and then my moment of like, what? Because it doesn't really make sense. All right, this right here. That did not work. Okay, hang on a second. So delete that image. Delete that. Use the PNG thingy-madiggy to grab this. Open that. Move this over here. And then reveal this. Hide. Nope. There we go. So that dot right there, that's where the earthquake went off. And they gave the warning to this island here. I'm going to be real with you. I didn't realize there was an island between us and New Zealand. So good to know in case we ever want to invade New Zealand. But yeah, like there's a real big... Because like, let's see, that distance there is 300 kilometers. So hang on a sec. That's... All right, so that's like a finger digit, which means that, you know, 1, and then 2, and then... Hi there, Nuke Kitty! Welcome to the stream! Thank you for the raid. I hope you're having an okay evening. How was The Sims? How was The Sims? Did you have fun? What did you do in The Sims? Who'd you kill? Don't lie to me. There's only 2 people who go through The Sims. Either millennials that just want to live the classic, like, 90s sitcom scenario, or serial killers. Which one of those 2 are you in The Sims? Zoom out. But yeah, so that, not our problem. So, don't worry about it, Romy. Alright. Also, that reminds me, hi. If you are wondering why you are seeing a zebra to maid outfit, it's because one of my viewers has decided to put me in a maid outfit. This is one of the many things that can happen on my streams. If you come over to twitch.com/GrantZeebs, observe. Wow, amazing. There we go. I'm thankful you guys weren't in danger. Oh yeah, no. We're always in danger, but not because of magnitude tsunamis. We're more likely in danger from Russian hackers or Chinese espionage. We made a Russian hacker and a guy who got banned from his bowling league. What did he do? Wait. Is the Russian hacker the guy that was banned from the bowling league, or are you talking about 2 different kinds of peeps? We made a Russian hack and a guy got banned from his bowling league. Also, hi, glad you're back from the con. Yes, I made it back safely from the con. Wait, did we hang out at the con? I'm trying to remember. I am really bad with names and faces, and the con I didn't really do all that well in. The only person that I recognized at the con, like right at the get-go, was Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. I made a TikTok about this that I'm going to share tomorrow, which was quite funny, which was me basically pointing and going, Blue! And then he just looks at me all, like, you know, shook, and he's just like, who the fuck are you? And then I realized, you know, you don't just point at people you recognize through their voice and say their Twitch handle. You kind of have to greet yourself. So I decided to, you know, take a few steps back and then just reach out and say, hi, my name is Grant. And that was how I decided to introduce myself to a whole lot of different peeps, where I would just quite literally just, you know, approach people, reach out with my hand, either in fursuit or in casual, and go, hi, my name is Grant, or hi, I'm Grant. So yeah, Furdu. Furry Down Under is where we hung out. Your badge said Verks. Z pointed me out to you, and then I accidentally forgot to put any inflection in my response. Neurodivergent moment. Oh! That's okay. People are... There's all kinds of neurodivergence at Furdu, and besides, it was a great learning experience for me. I remember doing like a whole ass chat. More in danger from all the fauna and flora trying to kill everyone. Nah. I live in the city. The flora and the fauna aren't likely going to kill me, okay? It's more likely Russian hackers and Chinese espionage that is going to kill me. Oh my god, I've been staring at the screen for a while. There's a few men I'd like you to look in on personally. Each of them has lost people and can tell that it weighs on their hearts. This is why clipping is a thing. Excuse me, nose. There have been a lot of new faces since last you were here, so it's best if I just tell you where to look. One's an officer you'll find in the barber, another's an older fellow who likes to pass the time on the shores of Starfall. The last is a fiery young lad from Little Alamigo, who I'm told trains by himself by the rivers to the fringes. You'll know them when you see them. Come and find me when you're finished. But yeah, so Furdu was fun. There were some positive parts about it because it was my second time going to Furdu. Like the first time I went, I knew no one there besides one artist, and I didn't have a fursuit, so I didn't really take part in the stuff such as the fursuit walk or anything like that. The second time around, I knew a few more people going to this thing. I didn't really like announce it or do any like, you know, awareness to people who are in my streams or in Furdu that I was streaming or anything like that. So there was still like a few moments of like, oh, like, man, this is difficult trying to make friends with or introduce yourself to introverts, because being an introvert means that it's even more difficult. It's not enough that we all like furry shit. I say, if it isn't the lad who helped me find the ward I misplaced. I don't know who this man is. You're gonna lurk all the love? Not to worry, Romy. Thank you for coming along. It's great to have you. After so many months. Lol, I just saw Sky. I just got a notification on my watch that Sky commented on my like little tweet of me going live now, going, ooh woo. It was good to meet you and connect over Zelda. Yeah, it was actually really fun. I feel like I don't know if I want to do it next year, but I feel like if I was going to do Furdu again, I'm going to need to write this down or someone clip this so I don't forget. Number one, like, try to do, like, a meetup or something. Like, try and get, like, way more Australian viewers and such, either because, like, maybe I just need to check in with, like, whoever manages the Furdu Telegram of, like, hey, am I okay for, like, you know, doing an announcement stream once in a while in here for, like, you know, the start of big games or anything like that and such like that. And then number two, just the fact of, like, you know, try and hang out with Australian alien furries instead of all the American ones. And then number two, just set up shop in the fucking games room, because sitting around, like, granted, the elevator situation at Furdu this year was a little bit weirder than the previous time I was there, because the previous time you were able to just take a flight of stairs to get to the what's-mahoozy thingamadiggy, to all the different, like, con spaces, or if you wanted to go to the dealer's den, but they... Oh my goodness, what in the world? Dink, hang on, I need a... Is there a way for me to, like, set Do Not Disturb on my watch? Jesus Christ. Dink... There's, like, all kinds of okay, hang on. Ding. There we go. So, yeah, they closed the stairs at the Crown. Yeah, no, you weren't able to use the stairs because they were alarmed and you couldn't go up them. You can only go down them to the ground floor. And the elevator was very regularly used, even if it's just going up 1 or 2 floors. Oaks, meanwhile, didn't need the elevator to go up 1 floor, which was pretty great. But, yeah, they didn't have a lot of the... They didn't have a lot of the space getting utilized at Oaks Hotel, but maybe next year, like, even the ground was locked? No. You could get down to ground. So like whatever level above G you were at, you could use the you could use the stairs. Actually, no. Whatever level above 1, I believe, you could use the stairs to get down to ground, which is what I did for the fursuit walk. But you couldn't go from ground or 1 up the stairs. Ground door was locked on day 3. Ah. Well, that's dangerous. They should have been able to let you escape. Oaks was good, staying in there, like the meeting rooms they used for panels. Yeah, no, the Oaks was really good, and I like that they had a set of stairs for Oaks at least. It's just a shame that Oaks really only had like, I'm pretty sure it only had like 1 panel room, unfortunately. Like Crown had more panel rooms. I'm pretty sure they had I'm pretty sure they had like Phoenix on 1 floor, and then they had 2 more on level 2. But yeah, Oaks meanwhile only had the 1 panel room as far as I know. Or I might be having my count wrong. Cause then there was like the rooms in between Oak and Crown. They had 2 panel rooms there. Oh, I only knew of the 1. So yeah. I say, if it isn't the lad who helped me find the ward I misplaced. Ah, but there I go again, treating you as an equal. It wasn't until after you'd gone that one of my comrades pulled me aside and told me it was only the bleeding hero of Eorzea who'd taken time out of his busy day to help me. Well, what is done, but know that I will fight with every ounce of my strength in this coming battle, and the next, and the next. Mayhaps that will serve to repay the favor. Fare you well. Crown had the main yeah. Not sure if we met during the meetup. Not too sure either. The crocheted no. Oh, no, you're... Sorry. For a second there, I thought Trumpet was Nuke Kitty for a second, and I was just having... My brain, Jesus Christ. the confidence in me and not knowing people, and it's like, no, you... Like, the other person on the other side is like, no, we've communicated. You've gone to me, you showed out your hand, and you went, hi, I'm Grant. Just did not think. Head empty. Head himbo. Drop down here. Youths. And they're doing squats. Wait, let me see if I can... Yeah, look at us. Look at us. We're doing our squats at the same time. God, that's so fucking cool. We definitely met. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Neurodivergent me has a really hard time remembering names and faces. I have to work in a company of like 300 odd people working a day, and we get like 100 new faces a year, and like, you know, 90 or so faces leaving us and shit. So it's real fun. There is a person in finance or HR there that I've consistently forgot their name. My brain go derp. My brain go derp as well. It's okay. But yeah, no, actually, I think Nuke Kitty and Trumpet I think Trumpet, you were directing it to Nuke Kitty. Wait, no, hang on. I should just shut up. I should just shut up and, like, not get into chat at the moment and try and go through this thing. Grant, am I right? I doubt you remember me, but I'll never forget you. Saved my life in Little Alamigo, you did. Wilrid and the rest of us had to go into our heads that we had enough crystals. We could summon Rogar like the Almajah summoned their god. Thankfully, you put a stop to it. Ever hear about what happened to Wilfred? Joined the Braves when they came calling, only to turn up dead one day. Never found out how or why, but I reckon it doesn't matter. Dead's dead, after all. But at least he died doing what he thought was right. And maybe that's the best folks like us can hope for, eh? Not that I'm in any hurry, mind. Grant and address me likey. Hi they, Uranea. Yes, Denny Serpentine put me in a maid outfit. I am stuck in this maid outfit for another... Hang on a second. Where is my maid? So the maid outfit was done 41 minutes ago. I've got like another 19 or 20 minutes of the maid outfit to go. You woke up to use... just sitting there, just like browsing Twitch, and you're just sort of like, ooh, the Himbo's in a dress, and then like looks in and then starts sending messages. And there's Sky back from their Twitter woozies. No, not the cactar! Please don't look up my skirt. You don't need to look up my skirt. There we go. I need to, like, VTuber Plus had this really easily where it's like, oh, if you get ragdolled, it will go to, like, the camera that's, that will, like, follow, like, one of your bones or something like that. But, what's the Mahuzi? Vignan doesn't have that natively. I have, like, Vignan has a, like, there's a guide in their Discord.
Lens smash.
Oh, what a...
Bonker.
Damn! Shit! Sorry, Ko just sent me something to give me context for something of, like, something from, like, Jesus Christ, an hour ago. And I've only just now noticed it when I went to Discord to try and find a thingy-majiggy from Vignan. Jesus Christ! Jesus. All right. Where is there she is. Suvi's thingy-majiggy. Vignan. Now, if I look up ragdoll, if I can spell camera. Actually, search ragdoll. Yeet ragdoll. Is this here? Dun, 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 dun. No, that's not it. Camera. Trouble with VNC, not responding to blinking. Camera management. Oh, here it is. The camera to track the model. Nope, that's not it. Virtual camera. Nope. 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 Setting up cameras in Vignan. Maybe not that one. Not that one. Where is it? Avatar looks towards camera. Nope. Camera switching motion curve. Nope. Camera improvements. Yeet camera. Okay, so if I get yeeted or something like that,
Trumpet_Collins_gaming demands you drink.
In VTuber Plus, they just automatically track you, whereas in Vignan, here are the steps. Yeet doesn't they tell you that in the SDK there are components I need to look into. I need the Vignan camera, which allows you to move the app's camera to the transformation of a component, and the avatar bone follower, which moves a game object to a avatar's bone. So what I need to do is step 1, create an empty object as the root for the prop. Place one empty object inside that and call it camera target. You place the avatar bone follower inside the camera target object and link it to the hips. You add an empty game object inside the root and call it camera. You add the Vignan camera component inside the camera object, and then you add an aim constraint inside the camera object, make it target the camera target body. Then you export as prop and load into Vignon, set the target as world, and move coordinates around the avatar. Holy fucking shit. That is a lot of steps just to make a tracking shot in a camera, in a program. God damn, New Kitty. Nice work with that 83% himbo. Absolute fucking stonkies. It's because you got your What? What? Titties? Sorry, I got so... You pulled me out of my rant. You wrote titties in my chat, and I'm just sort of like... Front of Zeebs isn't real? Thembo, finish that sentence. I don't know how to finish that sentence now. Someone wrote titties in the chat. I got distracted. Don't blame me, okay? You had to step away. Why not Rothgar? I wanted to try the bunny boy, okay? I had the mistake thinking that the bunny boy would give me more hats, but clearly it's not happening the same as the Rothgar. So now, I now have to think about whether I stay as the bunny boy or if I go back to Rogadin. If he's ever stunned, we know how to break. No, 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 Velk, 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 Velk. Titties will stun me, okay? It's Cookie, Cookie for furry cures. Titties will stun me. What's this guy? Wait, I know you, Captain Zeebs of the Maelstrom. It is an honor to meet you. I was living hand to mouth in Ul'dah, but decided to enlist in the flames after I heard tales of your daring do. And now, as fate would have it, I've been sent here to join you in the fight for my homeland's liberation.
Trumpet Collins
but this time...
Gaming wants you to stretch. Remember to stretch.
Stretching! Stretching. Ugh. Stretching! Thank you for the stretch.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and
desert you. Nice try hitting that nut button, Luna. You got fucking, what's a mahoozy? You got rickrolled. Also, I'm sorry, Ernezek, I had to delete that message because that was going to be... It was hitting some real weird gray areas. Also, Kiaru, you're a himbo hero of Limsa, so I joined Ul'dah. Yeah, fuck this guy. He went and joined, like, the post-capitalist syndicate, like, town of America when he could have been joining Proto-America. Alright? Listen to me, okay? Limsa Lominsa is the classic America, okay? It is a seaside town with a mixture of mercenaries and merchants and pirates banded together under the leadership of one military admiral that governs both the military and the livelihood. It is there that we have the birthplace of America, where it is all about the will of the people and the import and export of goods.
My super stuffed up milkies.
Gotta salute for this anthem, chat. Nah, we're not gonna listen to the entire thing, Diggy, because I might get copyright strike. Point Doots in Australian. Could you just imagine, like, two different bands? Like, okay, fun fact. So if you have ever watched rugby, American viewers, rugby is basically football, but is a lot more violent and has less rules involved in taking timeouts and all this kind of stuff. Anywho, if you watch rugby, there's the New Zealand team, and basically any New Zealand teams in when you play within New Zealand and such like that, they will normally have what's called a haka at the beginning of the match and what have you. it's normally like, you know,
Sire,
sort
you
of this.
paid me to say until sea swallows gulp 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 all.
We aren't pussies who wear body armor. that oh yeah, the rugby thing. Anyway, so they do the haka, which is a, I don't think dance is the appropriate thing. It's basically this sort of maybe it's just called any whoosies. So the haka is, you know, it's performed by members of the New Zealand rugby team, and there's different kinds as well, especially if you look at the different regions. Hence why in New Zealand as well, with their local teams, they will also do the haka, and normally both teams will conduct the haka or something like that, and it will normally be of like some different variations and such, because basically it's this sort of, you know, interesting declaration of war that happens. Any whoosies. So the haka is a ceremonial Maori war dance or challenge. Yeah, a war dance or a challenge. And so there's different sort of Maui tribes. So there's different sort of variations depending on which your tribe is. Usually performed in a group and represents a display of tribe's strength and unity. Exactly. Now, for quite a while now, I want to say since the 1990s, maybe earlier, they've been doing this ever since it's been televised. If you go against the New Zealand team, you are going to have to you're going to have to stand there and watch the opposing team conduct the haka. Now, whether or not that gives you any sort of like, you know, advantage against your opposition, because, you know, you're doing because it's a dance displaying pride, strength, and unity, like, it could be seen as, you know, a bit of a psychological attack or something like that. One of the matches that New Zealand went up against, I want to say either Ireland or Wales, one of the two. As the haka was being performed, there is no rule stipulating that people have to be quiet for the haka. It's just, you know, people have just been respectful and such. But while the international New Zealand team was doing the haka, crowds of the opposing team started chanting I believe they were starting to chant like a song or a rally on their side as well. But it wasn't like, the soccer rallies or something like that of Elizabeth's in a box, Lizzie's in a box, Liz. It's nothing like that, where it's just like really quick, like fumbled together chorus. It was like one that was like actually of tradition and such, and it took a lot of people to organize it. So some people have this question of like, oh, should you be quiet for the haka and, respect the traditions of the warrior dance / challenge? I'm of the thought that if the New Zealand rugby team wants to do the haka and such, I feel like there can't be much objection to when the opposing team wants to conduct their own sort of hymns or rallies or dance as well. Because it's either Wales or Ireland, one of the two. They most certainly have one for themselves as well. One of the best ones, apparently. Haka from 2011 against the French formed. Okay. That's a good... I reckon that's a really good recorded one as well. Because whenever New Zealand gets into like the Rugby World Cup and such, they make it a big-ass spectacle. So... No time to talk. Gotta prepare for the operation. Take care, Captain. We'll give those Imperial Horse Sons what for. So yeah, they kind of wreck They are a formidable team. Australia, I feel like doesn't do that well in rugby, but like other teams like England, France, and weirdly enough, I'm pretty sure Japan takes part as well. Hang on a sec. Does Japan have a rugby team? Japan Rugby World Cup 2019 was hosted in Japan from the 20th of September. Oh, okay. So they did. So they hosted in Japan in 2019. Yeah, South Africa won. Okay. Will you be live for another 75 minutes? I'm fairly sure, because what it's like 7:15 right now. Like I'm gonna that's an hour, so an hour and 15 minutes, so that makes it go to 8:30 basically. South Africa and New Zealand are beasts. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Because it's one of those things. Because here's the thing: is like South Africa and New Zealand in rugby is very much like India and cricket. It is a very strong national sport, and is one that like there's a lot of money that goes into it, both as a recreational sport, as sponsorship, as marketing, and as like, you know, competition prizes. You're still here, by the way. Not to worry, furry cures. I'm kind of impressed you're still awake. If you want to go to sleep, you're more than welcome to do it, because I'm gonna be streaming again Sunday morning. So basically in, let's see, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. In 15 hours, I am going to be streaming again. Trumpet's going to be streaming Sunday as well. Hey, nice. Maybe I'll raid into you if timing works out well. Had a word with the men I mentioned then? Yes, I did. I had my words. As I'm sure you've noticed, they've another thing in common aside from tragedy. You've touched each of their lives in one way or another, but that's not the reason I wanted you to speak with them. A man who's lived in Garabania his entire life, who bore witness to the realities of the occupation for 20 unbroken years. A man who fled Alamigo in search of a new life, who swore to serve another nation, only for fate to conspire to send him back here. A youth born on foreign soil who never knew his parents' homeland, yet nevertheless felt kinship with our cause. 3 men, 3 stories, 3 reasons, yet all belong to the resistance. In growing larger, we've grown more diverse, and while there is good in that, there's also the potential for strife and discord. I'd take a special sort to lead such men to Alamigo, don't you think? Good thing they've got you. For now, but not forever. And to be frank, I don't always know what to say to the ones who left, not to mention the youths. Nay, the resistance needs a leader with a wider view, someone who's not lived their whole life in Garabania, who's known death and hardship but not been ground down by them. As you may have guessed, I've been thinking of asking Liz, but it will be her decision in the end. I reckon she'll go for it. I reckon she will. More Zelda Tears of the King. I trust I needn't say that this conversation is just between you and me. Good. Right then. We'd best head to Castellum Corvi for what remains of it after. You put something in my memes? Memes? What the hell am I looking at? Also, I need to change my shirt. I need to hang on a sec, chat. This is not the shirt I should be wearing. I should be wearing this shirt. There we go. It's Final Fantasy. We're wearing the Final Fantasy shirt. Alright. Ah! Jesus! God damn it, furry cures. Ah! Alright, where am I going next? Speak to Conrad at the Castrum thingy-madiggy. Okay, so this a ways, I think. Mounting time. It is obvious what is in memes. I am gonna be real with you.
Collins_gaming demands you drink.
I'm gonna be real. I didn't know what I was looking at. Can I fly with this thing yet? No, I cannot. Thank you for the hydrate. Tits out for the boys. Tits out for the boys. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Did anyone think that shot with the hydrate was sus? We do not talk about that. Do not speak of that. The titty zoom in, then you got squirted on. It was there was just some terrible timings. I'm clipping that and showing you. Awesome, thank you. I actually do appreciate it when clips are done in the channel because I barely have the time to do video editing myself, but whenever like a viewer decides to clip stuff, it is quite likely that not only, you know, it's going to get clipped so people can easily view it when it's retweeted or whatever like that. What ends up happening is that is going to likely end up on Twitter, Telegram, sorry, not Telegram, because I don't have a Telegram channel, Twitter, TikTok, and maybe even YouTube if they're not going to be really annoyed with, you know, my tits out for the boys. Wait, I don't need to hold W. I can just press one button. There we go. And then look at me go, just like casually running through. And then... Dun 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 dun. What the hell is this? Reduces magic damage taken by self and nearby party members by 10. Oh, that was the weird thing in the tiki. Oh, fucking bugs. Ah. Ah. Alright. Sexy snake lady. Bonk. Conrad will lead the way while the other units launch their own separate attacks. Remember that we need to hold out until Minago sees to the flag. Got your gear in order? Any moment now. 69. Nice. You prefer cast iron pans yourself? The fuck was I thinking? It's true. Oh! Oh, Nuke Kitty. Hang on a second. That reminds me.
Uranina paid me to say, Grant, you need to change your character into a Hrothgar because it's more fitting. I've seen you play horror games. I know you're a little pussy. Way.
Wait. There we go. There we go. Oh, Nuke Kitty. So, you know how you mentioned a while ago that you know, the high cute rating was because of the femboy energies. So, one of the you won't be able to see this shirt just yet, but when it comes back, so I asked permission from the artist about this, but I was allowed to have I didn't wear it the entire time.
Bonker.
I don't wear this shirt the entire time, but when it comes back on, I was able to ask for permission and you know, do the advertisement when it happens. But basically, I have my zebra wear one of these shirts from Booster Pang, and they just have like a really good like an eye for art in the graphical sense. Like they can still do really cool, amazing art. Don't get me wrong. Titty boys, muscular women, titty girls, like they do it amazingly. But then they do stuff like this. Like, look at this. Is this not an amazing shirt? It's fucking awesome. I love it. Like, so you can, yeah. Ooh, a griffin.
Good. It's the waiting that drives me mad. Standing around, knowing what's to come. I'll never get used to it.
Calm down, Nargo. You're making her nervous. We've come this far, haven't we?
You're gonna head out. You have a good night. Not to worry, Luna. I'm really appreciate you coming along. It's been a while. Great to see you. I hope you have a good nap. Normally on Sunday mornings, I'll probably be at a better time for streaming reasons, but otherwise, you have a good sleep. Thank you for the head pants.
Right.
Oh, really? That's okay. All right, I am going to... Everyone had a good look at this awesome shirt? Everyone checked out Booster Pang's website where they can get that printed shirt? Yes? No? Maybe? Cool. All right, back to the Final Fantasy.
Looks like the bastards went for the bait. The bridge is ours for the taking. Now remember, Monargo.
No, not the lever!
And get that flag flying. We'll see to the fighting.
Do I have a Discord? Yeah, I have a Discord. Bam! Discord.
I won't let you
I know
down,
it's not like popping up in the chat because I made it so that command words and the robot, like any sort of bots, they don't pop up in my you know, the visual chat you see there. You have to like no, god damn it, Renee, not my shirt again. I just got it back. Drop a meme.
Star shall burn bright this day.
Highly recommend that you drop a meme, Newt Kitty. It's usually a good starter in my server. I need more memes. Maybe I should do a meme review one day. Like, fuck the shirt, fuck the titties. God damn it, Urane, and your horny levels. You're just thirsting for these. Oh, hang on, I gotta do work. Hang on. Gotta do the things. Quickly now! We've got to reach Veladonia before General Whatsamahoozies. Are you sure you need more memes, Grant? I can provide. Absolutely. Like, memes here and there and such like that. But yeah, I should really think about doing a meme review at some point. I reckon that would be a nice, like, Sunday morning thing to do. Bonk. Dink. Oh wait, why are you not... Come on. Everyone... Oh, because I don't have my enmity turned on. That's why. That would probably do it. Note to self, have enmity turned on, so then that way you have safe for work and not safe for work. Pick your poisons. Memes should remain safe for work because they are not part of the not safe for work category. I know I've been like relatively lax on some of the, you know, questionable content that hits in the safe for work areas, but I didn't, you know, it's not like too crazy of a, like, it hasn't been too crazy so far from, like, Chase and what have you, but... Are you running around with that oversized sword as compensation? Absolutely not. Besides, look at this thing. It's long and cylindrical, double-handed. It's brilliant. Like, I can be a warrior, and that is a giant fuck-off axe if I want to. I'm probably gonna go back to a giant fuck-off axe at one point. But not for this expansion, I don't think. I'm pretty sure I still have my enmity. What the hell is going on? Why can't I grab either of these guys' attention, honestly? You have posted memes, you shall away. Not to worry, Nuke Kitty. Thank you so much for the raid earlier. I hope you had a good time in Sims. Rest up, have a drink, get some stretching in. Unwind, all that good stuff. Oh, lol, I just saw all the trumpet emotes. That's pretty cool. Oh my god, so many of these guys are just a pain. There we go. Oh, that was pain. You want more? More trumpets? Hang on a second. I have the trumpet noise. It's really tempting doing a, getting the, what are they called? Trump E7 Doot. It's really tempting. You go suck a lemon. That is a trumpet. How is that not a trumpet? It's literally, the video is, it's still a brass instrument. Yeah, this woman's not gonna have a very fun time while I'm, like, you know, able to... Yeah, you're not too smart there, lady. Oh, that's a new profile icon. I don't remember seeing that one. Nice. Wait, why do I feel like there's meant to be, like, more enemies here? Because none of them are doing anything. Yeah, nothing's happening. Like, am I just, like, over-tanking this or some nonsense?
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. There we go.
Calm your rice paddy.
Meet my new friend!
Oh, did she get a new sword? No, I don't think she got a new sword. Oh, Jesus, okay.
To pieces.
Yeah, she's not gonna do too well. Like, look at the amount of work I'm doing on this person right now. There we go. Did it. Fordola was hard. You have a slight complaint, if you may? Please enter it into the complaint box. Don't worry about the fact that it's just an empty void that doesn't exist.
God damn you.
Back in the day, you'd be level 67 and not have done the class quests fully yet, so yeah, a little. Oh, okay. Well, this one toned me down to level 69 at least. Ah!
Bistespoyox with the 3-month tier 1 sub. Oh, look, it's the handsomest himbo on Twitch tilde.
Thank you for the sub, bestest boy. Thank you so much. Congratulations. You don't have to worry about advertisement whenever you come in, and you get to utilize all these cool emotes. Do you have a favorite yet? 3 months in, you gotta have a favorite. You have the hotbar unlocked and are clicking. Please lock so you don't accidentally drag the skills. Oh, no, I'm a clicker. Like, look, I'm sorry, Aria, but like, I do the numbers. Like, I do go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But the minute something goes beyond, like, you know, in the initial keys, I'm not holding control to get to any of them. I am just gonna click on, you know, something in the second column. You're supposed to be sleeping so you have enough energy to move this afternoon, but you need the Himbo dopamine hit. Get some sleep! Sleep! Hey, look! A trumpet! I don't know if, Collins is actually gonna like that, me just looking at a horn and going, look, a trumpet.
Al amigo! Al amigo! Al amigo! Yeah!
Woo! Snake lady. That's a fog horn. Oh, it's not even a normal horn. It's a fog horn.
Stand your ground! It's not over
It's
yet.
the thing not being locked. Oh, okay. No, do not auto thingy-majiggy. I'm gonna keep it on now just to piss you off. Just to make you angry. You're just gonna have to look at whatever is down there.
We've done what we came here to do. That's enough for now.
Ow. I just want the hotbar locked. You're half paying attention as you're in the depths? Ooh, you're in the dark. I've not explored the depths very far. I know there's better weapons and loot you can get from the depths, especially since you're supposed to be able to get the, you know, the weird ore stuff, but I've not been doing that.
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
Not again! What is going on? Why do I have the maid outfit again? What is this? Lol, look at these Garlemalds getting absolutely fucking decimated by a one-armed soldier. Because you have an unlocked hotbar. Ah! Because the hotbar is unlocked, the titty window must be exposed. Why can't I do Hyper Himbo or squats? You might just need to get out of the redeem for a quick second and check again.
We have them on the run! Forward! No mercy!
No mercy, no surrender.
Regroup!
Yeah!
We have to regroup! All units, fall back!
Furry Cures
Why is there
1221
a
thinks
cookie?
you should do 20 squats.
There we go. It's been 40 minutes, sir. Maybe Twitch app is broken. Oh, you can always, like, force close and open again. Alright, I'm gonna do the squats while the cutscene is running. Stretch these legs! Leg stretch! Here we go. Alrighty then.
Commander, the 4th cohort has been
1,
routed.
2,
We'll be at the mercy of the enemy's reinforcements
3,
if we don't fall back now.
4, 5,
Idiot!
6,
We're the stronger force by far.
7,
Don't be taken in by their tricks.
8,
Or would you rather tell Xenos to
9,
to this rabble?
10.
No, but
11,
if the snakes betray us in the confusion,
12,
we'll have no way out. I'm begging
13,
you, Commander. Give the
14,
order, or we'll all die here.
15, 16,
Common traitors who drank of muddy
17,
waters. For all the good it did us.
18,
School's with
19,
me. The day
20.
is theirs, and so is this bastard bridge. Someone bring the snake.
The fuck is the snake? Oh.
I suppose. It's our first victory, isn't it?
I almost pushed this thing
Then it has
out
to
of
be
its
worth something.
housing again. Nice work. Thank you for the hyper himbo, though. Thank you. Just an FYI, you're still Yizin. You just changed the name. Oh, okay. I'm gonna put into parentheses Yizin. I was wondering who this person was and why I didn't get a, hey, this is a new person kind of thing. It was weird for a moment. Okay, now you have an advertisement. Yeah. No, I've stopped doing the, I've stopped doing scheduled advertisements because with the way my content gets done, it's like, you know, some people might be fine with dealing with the 30-second advertisement to first get into my application or get into my streams and what have you. I thought the advertisement periodically would have helped. So then that way, you know, if someone did get in, you know, just after an advertisement went off, they didn't have to deal with the 30-second advertisement themselves. They'd have to deal with it, you know, when it popped up again. But then they'd get, you know, they'd get the, what's-a-mahoozy? They'd get the little bleep about like, oh, if you don't want to deal with advertisements, maybe subscribe so you get to have free so you don't have to worry about advertisement on the streams and access to all of my different emotes. It's payback for how much you make the gays swell. What? I never thought I would read such a sentence. Oh, that sounds so silly. All right. All right. Lists. Bink. It's a shame Fordola got away, but we did what we came here to do. I have to remind myself it's just the first step, but it's a big one. We're going to take it back. All of it. One ilm at a time if we have to. Give me the aim. Da, 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 da. Your work is far from finished, as Conrad knows. There's still a chance that some Imperials are holed up inside the Castellum. We'll need to search it top to bottom to be sure it's safe. In the meantime, I want you to rendezvous with the main host. Keep your weapons at the ready. There's a chance you might come face to face with soldiers on the run, en route. May I be a little introspective at the moment? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. What are your thoughts? What are your introspective thoughts? I was talking about some like random stuff here and there, and then I got, you know, distracted by the thingy-majiggy of the, you know, making the gays swell or what have you, and then yada yada. Might be prudent for you to do a. I'll keep reading this thingy-majiggy. On second thought, it might be prudent for you to do a permissive sweep of the region for soldiers that have gone to ground. We shouldn't afford them any time to regroup and launch a counterattack. When you've judged your work to be done, report to General Alden in Bitter Mill. Alrighty then. What's a mahoozy? There's a lot of those phrases. What's a mahoozy? Thingy-mabob. Thingy-majig. Thingy-majiggy. In my time at the shelter, I've had very little freedom, left alone with my thoughts often. I've come to about myself, and I'm not sure how to process it. That was a very different introspective than I thought I was gonna get. What is in my brain? How do I talk about this? Perhaps this is an if you want to speak more about your realization about yourself, perhaps you might want to speak with a little more confidence and privacy with someone you trust. So, I understand you had a sibling you could communicate with as well, but if you're not comfortable with them, have you spoken with anyone close outside of the, or within or outside of the shelter? I understand that might be a difficult thing to do because, as you mentioned earlier, the shelter has limited your freedoms. But, yeah. Forewarning, I'm not like a licensed physician or one of those kinds of things, so I will certainly try my darndest, but don't expect me to be able to come up with, you know, some really great answers or anything like that. Haha, horny gay is one of my masks. I've adapted to try and make friends, but it's also damning because I am shoehorned into those tropes, so I don't know. Do I want to be funny homo or be funny authentic? Or be more authentic? Oh! You know what? Bitch, if I wouldn't tell you, I'm not looking for advice, I'm sharing. Fair enough, because, alright, cool. I'm gonna be real with you. When you said realization about yourself and not sure how to process it, okay, I don't know if this is everyone's brain when they do this. Whenever you have someone, you know, go to you of like, hi, I want to have a one-on-one chat with you, or hey, I want to speak with you privately. No matter what the relationship is with that person, for some reason, maybe this is a neurotypical thing, but my brain thinks of the worst possible, or not neurotypical, autistic thing. My brain thinks of the worst possible scenario of like, oh my god, the other shoe is gonna drop. I'm gonna get fired. Someone is dying. Someone isn't thinking in the right mental state, or you know, any of those kinds of things. And then it's only like after they finally reveal it that I'm like, oh, it's not that bad. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Velk does that as well. Finding out you're not fucked up, you're just autistic as an adult is a wild flood of realizations. Oh! Oh! This is a new thing? I have known I've been autistic ever since I was like a young teenager. My parents knew this a lot sooner. I was one of the lucky ones where my parents took me to doctors and what have you, and they figured out fairly early on, because the point of like autism is that it's not, you know, as you said, finding out you're not fucked up. It's basically that. You're not fucked up. It's you, like, because of the autism spectrum, you basically have to go through a different series of sort of checks and mental steps in your brain. So most people, when they talk about autism, it's normally talked about on the social learning aspect. So these aren't the things such as the, oh, how do you write in English? How do you do the math problem here? Because there'll be like, you know, there'll be like, you know, all those like different ways of doing it. But when you're not neurotypical, when you're autistic, I feel like the stuff that's actually difficult to learn are things such as, how do I speak about my emotions without, you know, being overt and without being covert either, having this nice little middle ground? What does it say when a person talks to me in this manner with a different tone and all that kind of such? So like you're absolutely right. It's not like, it's a nice little revelation of like, oh, you're not like wrong or anything like that. It's just, you know, you think differently to some people. And one thing I've learned recently as well, despite the fact I knew about autism and I knew about its traits and what have you, there's been books about this kind of stuff, but it's only like post 2010s did we have like a sort of greater understanding of autism as we started being a lot more accepting about it. Because back in the day, people thought autistic people were like, oh no, my child is suddenly gone. What happened to my little boy? It's like, no, that's not what autism is. Like, calm down now, Nancy. It's still your son. Just, you know, maybe teach him how to talk to women a little bit better and he doesn't, you know, end up fucked up. Anywhoosies. Women have, like, different markers and traits for demonstrating that they are on the spectrum compared to boys. Because it's kind of, because naturally, a boy being raised, like, what's the mahoozies? The things for how to raise a boy are not the same on how you raise a girl. And the language that people use to describe, you know, the behaviors in one versus the other is different, and the different barriers and tolerances between one and the other is different as well. It's only after the 2010s that people started catching on of like, oh, hang on, there are, you know, autistic women out there, but they probably don't have the exact same markers that you find in autistic men. You have to, there's different things you have to look out for, and some that aren't, you know, actually indicative of autism. So, yeah. Sorry for triggering your trauma response. Not to worry. Found out a few years ago when I was 27. It was only brought to my attention September 21. You don't really have many professionals who can officially diagnose. Yeah, that's the other. Here, that's kind of one of the disadvantages as well. The older you get, the harder it is to diagnose stuff unless you have a lot more money to, like, you know, throw into taking the extra lessons and shit. Now you're in a safe place and your mind is clearing. You're able to realize your tics, social masks, and other things. Hey, that's pretty good. Temple Grandin? I'm not too sure who Temple Grandin is. Sounds like someone important. Toxic masculinity, which doesn't help trying to find help as a male. Oh yeah, no, there is, like, here's the thing. Post 2000s and post 2010s, like, we've been having jumps in how we interpret mental health issues. Like, it was only in 2017 or 2020 that the World Health Organization and their little book of dictionaries for diagnoses and symptoms included game addiction as, you know, a diagnosable thing. And, you know, some people think of, oh, game addiction, isn't that just, you're committed to a game for a full day? It's like, no. Game addiction is when you're addicted to a game for several days. So, Cookie for Kiaru. Grandin is one of the first autistic people to document the insight she gained from her personal experience of autism. Currently a faculty member with animal science and the culture of agriculture. Oh, is she the one who, like, had a... this is, like, it's the, like, I'm scraping my brain trying to get this. Was she the, like, I think I've seen a documentary, and it was it presented, like, how her autism, and her autistic tendencies, she was, like, very knowledgeable about the behaviors of cows. Is that the same woman? Cookie! Sounds like the same woman. Yes. Okay, cool. So I'm thinking of the same woman. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. I was about to say, oh, the cow lady, as if she's a furry or something. That's who Mutasaur is. Mutasaur, you can point and go, oh, the cow lady. 80 or something like that. But I don't think I can, look to Grandlin and go, oh, the cow lady. That wouldn't be appropriate. Alright, gotta attack these two guys. So far, so good. Oh no. When I was 4 or some years old, I put on a Neighbor Girls and was really happy, but then my mom told me to hurry and take it off before my dad saw, and I'm still working out that shame 20. Oh yeah. Yeah, no. That's one of the, like, okay, there's a comedian named Randy Feltface. So, all right. You may not have heard of him. He is an Australian ventriloquist comedian. He's basically... Randy is a puppet. He is a purple dude or something or other, but not like, you know, the creepy purple dude from Five Nights at Randy's. Feltface? Yes. That is his... Hang on a sec. So, Randy Feltface. That's his name. He's a puppet, okay? There is a person, you know, doing the whole thing. Anyway, Randy Feltface, one of their more recent comedy tours, they actually talked about, you know, going to see a therapist, and he's like, you know, it would be great if you did it more often, because amazingly enough, if you don't have the therapist early, you just spend like so much of your time of like, oh, here's that childhood event that is now like, unless you properly go through the sessions, you're just, you know, learning, oh, here are all these childhood memories that have no basis in real life anymore, but are still, you know, managing the faculties of your daily. So, oh my gosh. But yeah, he's a pretty funny comedian. And he's also, I'd put him in the same realm as the comedian James Acaster. That's it. They're one of those comedians where they're not gonna, they are the comedians that you should be rooting for, rather than, you know, the Brett Kavanaugh's or the Dave Chappelle's, where they're punching down on people, and you have this moment of like, should you be rooting for this comedian if they're punching down? James Acaster and Randy Feltface, they are people that punch up. Granted, punching up in Australia is kind of easy to do because they still have, you know, the Fox network to, you know, poke at and be like, ha, fucking backwards. The umbilical brothers, the curly one is my uncle. What? What? You're related to like one of the coolest sound effect kind of comedic duo since Penn and Teller? Dude, that's fucking awesome. I would never live that shit down. Holy shit. Amazing. What's Ravana up to? David Collins. I'm gonna be real with you. I know who the Umbilical Brothers are, but I don't know the names of the two. It's like telling me the names of the Anti-Donna crew. I cannot tell you the names of anyone from Anti-Donna. I just know the faces if you presented them to me. Oh, I should stop the audio events. Pippin left but a moment ago with a contingent of troops to occupy Veldonia. If and when the Imperials return, they'll find us dug in between their own walls. I could not have hoped for a better outcome, General. Splendidly done. His puppeteer is kind of... What are you... What? Randy Feltface... Puppeteer... Heath McIver. Oh. That's who he is? Just to confirm, like... Hang on. Because Randy was like a regular alongside this other comedian in a TV show. Give me a second just to confirm. You're not talking about... You're not looking at Heath McIver. Okay, cool. You're not looking at Sammy J. I had a moment because when you type in Randy Feltface, like, puppeteer, you do see Heath, but then for some reason it shows you Sammy J in a number of them as well, and I'm like, it's not Sammy J. I know he's not the puppeteer. Like, oh my goodness. All right, here we go. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It'll take more than one Castellum to turn the tide. My men and I will deal with the remaining enemy forces, Scions. I bid you return to Commander Kemp and his men. Excuse me, nose. many years ago. I've seen them. Message me when you're live. I'll get you a free ticket. Delight not over much in victory, not when there are battles left to fight. Our work here is finished. Our resistant allies are waiting. Excellent. Good to see. Not live as in Twitch live. Oh, like alive. Neat. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? It looks like Groot. Like a really big Kernet. It would have been funnier if his name was Groot. Oh, you get an XP bonus as well, and it's up for like 21 minutes. Legend states that all Dayak were born of seeds scattered by Kernis in her wanderings across Gir Albania. She continues her journey to this day, spawning more of the deadly seedkin while feeding herself upon the blood of unwary bystanders. Ooh! Hello. I see you. There you are. Hang on. I know what I'm doing. Ding and dong. So I'm there. Alrighty then. I reckon we can do this. Let's do. Alright. So I think. So what I should do is grab you. So then that way. There. Alright. Ding ding. Alright. There we go. Now I can start hitting him. We're not doing a lot of hits to him. Wait, are you somehow doing more damage? Oh wait, no, it's because I don't have my grit. That's why. I am so sorry, Velk. Once again, I forget to do my due diligence. Imagine not tanking. I wonder if anyone else was seeing that just then. Of just like, look at this fucking Zeebs Himbo. He turned on his level sync, but he forgot to turn on the tanking. Dun, 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 dun. What is he? What are you doing? Oh, he's turning back into level 90 for quick heals, I suppose. There's barely any health going away from this man. It's insane. Oh, you're trying to change class. Okay. Yeah, I feel like we need like 2 DPSs to get through this guy, because he definitely feels like some sort of boss. Maybe you need to, like, leave the party, perhaps? There we go. Alright, so now we got a red mage, so we can do cool stuff. Embolden. What does that do? Damage dealt is increased. Oh, cool. But oh my god, I'm getting hit with so much health problems. Are we doing any more damage? Are we winning? I don't know. I don't think so, given the, like, little damage that we're doing to him. Look at this guy. He's just fucking tanking us right now. Bonk.
Glug, glub, glug, glub, glug.
Will do. Yeah, like, looking at his health, it's like not even an eighth done. It's been like 5 minutes and we haven't even gone like halfway. Cookie for bestest boy. Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
Chocobo! I just read your thingy-madiggy. Hang on a second. Where's my... Oh, I'm about to get my ass kicked. Oh, Jesus! Fuck. Where's my... Okay, never mind. I'm getting healed. That's good. I nearly died just standing there like an idiot. Wait, Iraq, can you summon your Chocobo, I wonder? Or can we only have, like, one Chocobo per class? Oh, no, you got your Chocobo out as well. Yeah! We're doing a little more damage now. Look at us go. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, because what it means is that my Chocobo can do heals as well, and my Chocobo is attacking at a level that is appropriate for him as well. So hopefully we'll get some, like, pretty decent experience from all this, like, time out with the Gristlegreens. Ow. I'm doing my best, chat. Now we've hit like an 8. Now we're making some... Now we're doing some damage. You're down to 78 points because you blew your whole load on the zebra. You blew your load too soon, Aranea. You were so infatuated with the Himbo Zeebs and the maid outfit. You blew it all too soon. Squats? I am in the middle of, wait, when did I ask for... What do you mean squats? I thought I already did my... Huh. Pretty sure I already did squats. You just redeemed it. No, I don't see it. I'll need to... Hang on, maybe I need to see the other thing. Oh, also, I can see Iraq. There you are. Ding. There we go. Oop.
Yeah.
There we go. Sorry, I didn't... It is really distracting. I am watching a giant Groot. Discord group. There we go.
Might be too tanky for us.
Just a little bit, even with like both our chocobos out. Although it is dwindling a little more health this time around. So. Yeah. 32 minutes ago, you redeemed Squat's Furry Cures, but I'm not seeing a Squat redeem right now. The Wood remembers. I'm finally like reading what his abilities do as if I'm a Dark Souls main.
There's one of them that glows. Like one of the abilities names that glows.
Okay.
Tornado.
Yep.
That means if it's glowing, you can interrupt it. Like that.
Fully resisted.
That's provoked.
Oh. Oh, I want to, yeah, low blow or interject.
That's the one, interject.
Alright. What happens if I use it here? Oh, he does get stunned!
Oh, nice. No, you could.
Nice. Oh, that's the wrong one. I used my interject already. An idiot.
Apparently I can also sleep in.
Oh, his saprolings are all here. Oh, Jesus Christ. What are they? Oh, God.
See what I can do.
No. I want to, because I have like the, oh, Jesus, they're all doing their. All right, I interrupted that. I'm poisoned up the wazoo.
Yeah, you are.
All right, what's the thing? Living Dead. Once I get close to that, then I'll use it.
Okay.
There we go. He's now a third of the way there. But oh my god, it took us...
Oh, Living Dead now.
Oh, Living Dead now. There we go.
Oh, and the chocobo is keeping you alive. Yeah, we're not gonna make it. The time's only got 8 minutes left.
Yeah, and it took us like 15 minutes to get to here. And even with the chocobo's help, we're not gonna get to it.
Bugger.
Shame. I wonder if this is meant to be like an 8-man thing.
Usually, yes.
Oh, usually these things...
get from it.
Oh, okay. Good to know. If I ever make the Himbo guild like a lot cooler than it is right now, I am most certainly gonna be like, right, we're gonna do some of these fucking fates with like overzealous numbers. Cause you can bring in like more than 8 people into these things, can't you?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
They don't have to be in the same party.
Awesome. Oh, I was meant to use interject there. Oh, now he goes halfway. Oh, I haven't been seeing what chat's been doing because it hasn't been scrolling for me. There we go.
Furry Cures 1221 paid me to say Grant still big stinky.
Yep, the TTS bot. Oh, I'm about to die. Never mind. Nah, if we're not gonna stick around for this.
Yeah, it's a shame.
No, not the cactar again. Oh, I got hit with the cactar again. There we go. What's the recommended level? Because isn't there like a thingamajiggy where chocobos will only really gain experience if you're you're fighting at a particular level for them?
Around the same level as what you currently are.
Ah, okay. Well, these guys got in my way, so they get the die treatment. So, yeah. Oh. So, been in Final Fantasy XIV recently. Apparently there's been a patch coming up or something like that for the Endwalker stuff.
Yep, there's another one coming up soon.
Oh,
one
Jesus.
of the last ones.
I'm just slowly falling behind in this game, aren't I? I remember thinking of like, oh yeah, Realm Reborn. I'll get through that in like, I don't know, a month. Nah. Not even. Not unless I start doing a lot more streams involving Final Fantasy XIV. Back so soon. Sorry, go on.
I remember going through ARR and thinking, okay, I only just need a few more days, and it turned into a month of just pure grind.
Yeah, because it was basically, I want to say it was like a good 9 months when I was going off like, because I think I was even doing it twice a week at one point. Realm Reborn stuff, and then Heaven's Ward, I got done with that when I've been at this game for about a year, I want to say, and now we're entering into like, you know, the other side of like, you know, 16 months or something like that with this one. The Vice Admiral and his men showed up not long... Let me see if I can read this again. The Vice Admiral and his men showed up not long after you left. If the gods are good, there will be no one left to fight. Yay, got some experience. Bending. It's not really the best sort of gear. Looks cool, though. Cutscene! I know you're not one for waiting, but if you'll bear with us. Commander Kemp, Marshal Taropin reports that their sweep of the Castrum's interior has been completed. So it's finally over, eh? Pray extend to him my deepest thanks. What a silly little hood with the extra ears. Like, no one has their ears going into that. Especially that guy's. It's official then. Castellum Veldonia is well and truly ours. Mayhaps this calls for... Wait, where is Megano? She took her bird and flew off towards the Peering Stones, the village of the M tribe, where she was born. I doubt that the Imperials who fled Veldonia had a mind to give them trouble on their way back east, but she was nevertheless worried. So I gave her leave to go and see that her people were safe. Though I pray you are right, 'twould be best if Minago were not alone if she would encounter the enemy. Agreed. Let's all go to the Peering Stones and make sure that everything is all right. If that is your wish, then I have no objection. Just let the guard know when you wish to cross. Oh yeah, I could be doing this to make your life just a little bit easier. Alright. Ooh, you got a bird. Greetings, Scion. Do you wish to pass? Yes, let me cross the bridge. Grant, guess what? You're pregnant. That's my guess. Arak, do you have any guesses on what Kiaru is gonna say? Or right, I should say?
Pull the lever, Grunk.
No!
What flavor of cookie they are? Sorry, my brain just stopped immediately. I don't know why.
It's because you were muted. That's all. You were just like,
no,
oh.
my brain just completely stopped as well.
Himbo.
I can't use that excuse. My head is just empty.
Head empty. Oh wait, I can just press one keybind and then there I go. I just auto run. I keep forgetting that's a thing half the time.
So no.
So few RPGs have this as a thing. But then again, good RPGs don't normally have you being able to just, you know, plot a course and then just auto run. I feel like that's like an inherent, you know, what's the word? Design crutch in MMOs when they build their areas like big enough to hold their enemies, but then they build them so big that it's like, oh, auto run because, you know, you're going to be dealing with that much nonsense.
And also it's just nice to look at the environment when you're walking.
Yep. 300 malms to the... Actually, no, 300 malms isn't that far. It's like just this way. So we're probably going to have to go up the thingy... Oh, wait, hang on. We're already... we're nearing, like, some random village. So it's probably talking about something that is, like, just up there. Yunk, this, tell me more. The path to the village is through a tunnel just east of here. Follow me. Wait. Yes, that is east. Cool. Arak, that's west.
Is it? I'm pretty sure that's east.
This is north. What?
Right? Like.
Well, you need to go up anyway. So like, it's curving. Like we're going north, but it's gonna curve east.
Okay. Well, when they say east, I think, okay, you want me to go east straight away, not
just broadly east. Look, if we want to be pedantic, they should have said north, quite frankly, or circle around.
Yeah,
but
just say north then east.
Oh, there we go. There's the tunnel. Now we're going east. Well, technically we're going southeast right now. Kiaru is still mad with me, not locking the toolbar.
Oh, well, I should just unlock mine as well.
Well, it's not like Kiaru can see.
Yeah, but if they know.
If they know. So long as they know, because that's what will irk them. Oh, I just thought of something that would absolutely make them mad. You see this Blackest Night?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. It's right. It's all the way up there. It's all the way up there.
You don't need the Blackest Night. I'll just benefit spam you.
I should start moving just start moving the buttons
Welcome,
around.
friends, to my village. My home.
How fare your people?
Oh wow, sure thing.
Good, all things considered. Better than the Inanta at any rate. They've sent an emissary. I'll take you to her.
Collins doesn't like it either. Oh, I missed out on a great opportunity to use the cyberpunk noises when she was like, welcome.
We're here to help. Will you tell us what happened?
Aye. It began with a quarrel between the Imperials and the Kaliana.
I didn't know she'd have that kind of a voice. Ooh, give me goosebumps.
The Kaliana are another Ananta tribe. The strongest and the most influential. Unlike the Vera, they want no part of our troubles. They swore fealty to the Empire, and were content to remain within their borders.
Wait, does she have a fluffy tail?
Just so.
Ooh.
The Kaliana forsook
Easy.
their pride in the fight and yielded to Garlemald long ago.
It sounds so sexy.
But then
Yeah, look at their
new
tails. They have like
sent to
fluff on
hold
the end of
Black
them.
Bridge. She demanded the Kaliana surrender a hostage, this butcher.
Fordola. It doesn't make sense, though. The Vera are the ones working with the Resistance.
Hi, Dazzerus.
Why was
Welcome
she
to the
trusting the Kaliana?
stream. You know me too well, don't you?
Because she is ignorant like all Imperials. She knows not the difference between Kaliana and Vera, nor does she care to learn.
Oh, is this going to be the next, like, beast tribe, I wonder?
All Fordola knew for sure was that the resistance would come from the west. She reasoned, therefore, that if the Ananta on the east bank turned their coats, she would be trapped. I take it the Kaliana had no choice but to oblige her.
No, they did not. The Imperials left with the Kaliana broodmother's own daughter, Anamika. Long days and nights she looked out on the Black Bridge weeping for her child. Until you came. The broodmother knew at once which way the winds would blow. She and her warriors met with the fleeing Imperials in the road and demanded that her daughter be returned.
I'm just so, like,
Bad idea.
just
Fordola's not the kind to take
blanked out
threats lying
there,
down.
just watching it and just being like, yes. Political
You know her
nonsense.
The butcher turned her blade to Anamika and bade the Kaliana move aside. But the broodmother would not yield.
I know where this is going.
Oh, they killed the daughter, didn't they?
The Kaliana surrounded the Imperials, one of whom, whether out
Only a
of
little.
fear or stupidity, cut the child down.
Oh, okay, killing him a little is still killing. It's not. There's no little about it. Canonically speaking, and not other people in Final Fantasy just get to revive. That's a uniquely us thing.
Was yet to come. For in her despair, the Kaliana broodmother cried out for her daughter to be restored to life. She
Please do not
beseeched
correct
Sri
me right
Lakshmi's
now.
intercession.
She summoned a primal then and there?
Oh my god.
That she did, if only for an instant. Bereft of courage and honor, the broodmother sought solace in her faith.
Neat.
The Imperials fled in terror at the sight of the goddess, abandoning these lands to the Ananta.
Oh, was the goddess like the girl behind her? It wasn't.
Now the Kaliana bid
primal,
us
yes.
make
That's
pilgrimage
what they said.
to pay
Yep,
proper
yep.
respects. Yet though we Vera revere
worry.
Sri Lakshmi as the holiest of the holy, we will not prostrate ourselves before her.
Uh-huh.
And so you turn to us.
Aye. All who have fought with the resistance have heard tell of the warrior, the Icon Slayer.
That's us. We're the Icon Slayer. Just me with my fucking sunglasses. Just being like, yep, okay.
I believe we have heard enough. Inconvenient though the timing may be, if a primal has indeed been summoned, we can scarce afford to ignore it. We must needs discuss how best to resolve this situation.
But yeah, Dazzerus, I don't think you understand. There are some real thick snake mamas. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can find one particular one. Hang on a second. Somewhere. Somewhere. I must have him as like a recent, like, retweet or something. They were an absolute goddess of a snake. Hang on. Hang on. Let me find them. It was fucking amazing. Oh, what was their name? What's their name? Damn it. Must be somewhere. Maybe they're in my list. Hang on a second. I have like a private Twitter list where it's just C Booba, bottom text is the name. It is very useful. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is that woman? Where is she? Nope, not them. Where is this snake? What's my data center again? Materia Ravana. I'm over in the Oceania server, so I don't have to deal with like heavy amounts of ping like I was in the American. I'm not like the other furries who decide to go to Crystal for the like the immersion.
Yeah, immersion.
That's the best way I can describe it. Immersion. just this extra chuckle as you're just like, yes, the immersion. That is the funniest framing I could have picked apparently for Ooh Woo notices the Rothgar.
Oh. Every time.
Every time. Nope. Where is this damn snake? I swear I've seen this snake a number of times. Wait, no, hang on. Someone... I'm trying to think if they're... Sorry, I'm now having to do like very sneaky, like sort of going to an artist that I'm fairly sure they would have like retweeted perhaps. Not them. Then it needs to go to the female alternative. Okay, Kogli. And then over in start doing that. Where? Oh, where? I'm trying to think what would be a retweetable thingamadoog. Okay. 22 retweets. Nope, 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 nope. Alright, click that just so that way we get that out of the way. Okay, so we got Usi. And then from... It wouldn't have been Islith. Because Islith isn't a snake. I will find this snake, okay? Damn it, what's her name? She's like got this cool DJ shit. Shitty thing. Okay, this tweet account might be more interested in dudes than chicks, unfortunately, so that might not be the one I want to look at for retweets. Let's go back a step or two. Wait! Alright, so this kobold, and then... Don't know why he's called a kobold. He's much more like a, fucking Deathclaw, but apparently he's kobold with a U. Alright, hundreds of retweets. Oh my god, but hopefully I can scroll through this. SYN. Damn it! Nah, I'm having a hard time finding it. It's... Their name is gonna pop up at one point. I need to remember to share with Dazarus of like, okay, here's the snake mommy. Sorry for just being so long distracted of like, I need to find the snake. Ahem. At the risk of sounding hopelessly naive, there may yet be a way to avoid a violent confrontation. In the past, I fear I have been rather too willing to accept that we have no other recourse than to risk our lives, or rather, your life, to address these threats, yet the primals we have faced thus far have demonstrated a variety of temperaments and objectives. Ravana may delight in battle, but Rama would sooner keep to the forest with his children. Ere we decide to challenge Sri Lakshmi, it would seem wise to learn more of her nature from those who summoned her unto this world. If this is your will, then so be it. To the north will you find our village. Sharisha shall unfold all. My goodness, that was a tongue twist. We shall leave at once. Yep. I am now just rushing through this nonsense. Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a chocobo since this is your first time? Yep, cool. Thank you very much. And then... Oh, what's this purse? Ah, it gets me an Aether Current. Cool. I'll put you under my thingy-majiggy. There we go. Yep, so I've already attuned to that thingy-madig. On the weekend thingy-madoogs. And then I need to go to the north. Alright, so I can just dunk... Okay, maybe I should just wait a little bit before I hit this thing. I just decided to drop from there and just be like, yes. Alright. So I just need to weaken it just a little bit. No. Almost there. There we go. Alright, that's one of them. Oh, cool. And then there's like two of them on my way to the lure of the dream. Do you one-shot these things?
We can find out. If I crit, yes.
That
if you
boy
crit.
_97 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Is that enough to weaken it? Yeah, okay. Amazing. All right, now I got to do my 20 squats. All right, here we go. Yeah. Stretching. Stretching. Here we go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you for the 20 squats. I greatly appreciate it. Alrighty, moving on. Where the hell did he go? Oh, there he is. I knew he turned invisible, but I was like, he couldn't have turned that invisible. Actually, I'm gonna move the mic away just so I'm not breathing too loudly. Aether current. How many of these do I need? Aether currents, let's have a look. Where in the fringes are we? Yeah, we're in the fringes, which means 1 more from discovery and 3 more from missions. Yay, new location. Ah, yay, it's the nice slow music. Also, hi there, Zapper. Welcome to the stream. Ah, look. There she is. Surrounded by myrrh, gold, and frankincense, I imagine. Actually, I wonder what happens if I, like, sit down as well. Sit. Like, is she... Oh, it makes me stand up, damn it! It would have been cool if I could just, like, sit down.
Thanks to you, I now have a new greatest fear of when furries reenact the Bible scene of gold, frankincense, and myrrh.
Look, alright, if you want to think critically about this, Jesus will just be a dog, okay? They're not gonna go anything controversial for the furry, like, son of God kind of thing. They're just gonna go with a golden retriever, I imagine.
Why
because
not a
that...
cat?
Sorry?
Why not a cat? They have more than one life.
No, because that's...
Easy one.
No, they're not going to pick a cat because of the 9 lives thingy, diggy. That's a dumb idea for a furry for Jesus. They're going to go with something with mass appeal, and something of, like, you know, speaking to like, you know, the strength of faith and loyalty, and they're going to go with a golden retriever. Because not only could you make a golden retriever look really regal if you want, it doesn't take that much to make a golden retriever also, you know, down to earth and a little bit, you know, a little bit muddy. Oh, and like Sapper says, all dogs go to heaven. So, like, that just plays out. And then maybe one of the disciples could be a cat. I don't know. Judas would obviously be a lizard, not a snake. I feel like if Judas was a snake, it would be a bit too on the nose. You'd want to give, like, some, like, semblance of... Ooh! A scorpion! No, because... Maybe a scorpion, because there's, like, that old adage of the scorpion going on the frog, and the frog to cross the stream, and the frog's like, no, you'll just sting me, or something like that. And he's like, no, I promise I won't. But then, halfway through, the scorpion stings the frog, and he's like, it's in my nature. Who else do we need to cast in, like, the furry Bible?
I feel like if I say anything else, I'm going straight to hell. Oh, I'm going to hell anyway. I don't care. So is he going to be fetching the stick that is the cross?
No. I think for the sake of, you know, the cross and all that kind of stuff, it would still need to be, like, the cross would be a cross. Like, we like, because don't forget, we're just going with, like, furries. We're not going for, like, the all dogs go to heaven thing where it's like, oh, like a feral dog or something like that with, like, a human voice or anything. No, we're going for, like, this sort of mix between human and animal. So we can stick to the normal iconography stuff of, like, you know, the 3 wise men. Ooh! What about elephants for the wise men? No, camels! No, maybe not. Sorry?
Owls? They're typically known as wise.
Yeah, no, they're wise, yep, and they would be traveling in the night as well, so they would have, like, you know, seen the thing. Ooh, Peter would be a dog as well. I don't know why. The first thing that pops into my head when you say Peter is a dog as well is Peter got that dog in him.
I'm afraid.
What if I told you David had that dog in him up against Goliath? Come on! It's funny! Fine. You have petitioned us for aid and succor, and we intend to provide them, but we would first learn more of Sri Lakshmi, that we might better understand the nature of the threat she poses to you. A simplest request, and one which I shall gladly oblige. In the beginning was Sri Lakshmi. We were created in her image, daughters blessed with her beauty. Her breath became ours, her serenity our solace. There is naught she would not give. 'Twas the Quilana broodmother's desire to bring about her daughter's resurrection which first called forth Sri Lakshmi from the aether. That being the case, I rather doubt the goddess will be spoiling for a fight. That would depend. The primal's motives will have been colored by the summoner's state of mind, namely that of a grieving mother who had just borne witness to her daughter's murder. Though she apparently craved a miracle, she may also have harbored thoughts of vengeance. Moreover, the Quilinana's conception of Sri Lakshmi may differ from that of Veera. This is true. The Veera and the Quilinana do indeed regard the Lady of Bliss in different ways. To the Veera, Sri Lakshmi embodies freedom. She would not suffer her daughters to be bound to another's will, and so we stand with resistance against the Empire and give our lives for the cause. To the Quilana, however, she embodies transcendental beauty, which they strive to create through their craft. To shape crystals is less art and more ritual, a sacred duty wherein each tribute is imbued with a fragment of the soul. Is all the hissing bothering you?
No.
Okay, cool. The Imperials do not interfere with this holy work, and so the Quilana were content to turn inward and ignore our plight. Until reality asserted itself and they summoned a primal, a fever dream to soothe the aching hearts. But surely they can see that it won't do any good. The Imperials will still rule these lands. Nothing will change. The Anata will. The Quilana bade the Veera make pilgrimage to pay proper respects, remember? Those who do not wish to partake of their primal's bliss will be made to do so. Not while we're about they won't. Though our beliefs are not the same, we are still kin to the Quilana. Will you help them to see reason? You can count on us. It was very tempting to say we'll most likely kill a god, but I feel like that's one of those, here's Dragon Age or Mass Effect giving you like the quippy answer, but really you're just hurting someone's feelings. Then we shall, for without you we may be powerless to stop them. If we do not act quickly, more lives will be lost, more families torn apart, more children made to suffer. Then it's settled. We're going to find that primal and put an end to this. My sisters Vyaja will guide you to Dinjana Quant, and I shall pray for your success. I was just about to say Dinjarin. That almost seemed like more believable than the name that was down there. Dun, 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 dun. Alright. Ooh! Tank! That's... that is actually really clever placement of the tank. That's fairly clever.
Thank you.
I see a tank right there. It's moving and everything.
No.
Chat, there's
Thank you.
What do you think that is? Hang on a sec. I can like do the home thing. There we go.
There's no tank here. I'm just a relic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can be a trumpet.
I can be a trumpet. Is there a mount where it's like basically a trumpet? I don't think there is.
The parade chocobo has the theme of a trumpet.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. It's if you've played the older Final Fantasies, it's the fat chocobo theme.
Oh, well, I don't have the fat chocobo, unfortunately. I just have company, black, and that's it. And then I got the fucking awesomest of mounts, the Mega Shibu. Look at this guy. Look at him. He just makes my day every day. And then you've got the stripey boy. Look at this. Look at this Shibu. Look at this boy. Look at this boy. Can your mount do that?
No, it can't.
This was well worth the 40 euros.
It's how much?
It's like 35, 40 euros. Hang on a second.
Oh, jeez.
Mega Shibu. Mega Shiba mount. Hang on a second. Let me just look up. It's account wide, and it's okay. It's 24 US dollars. Sorry.
Okay.
I don't know why I thought it was 40. I don't know why it was so expensive. Let me see what's under bestseller. Oh, rank 1, a file of Fantasia. Rank 2 is Edu-Khan's attire with a skirt. The Songbird cheer set. Songbird. The attire. Slacks. Alize's attire. Cherry cheese and cherry petals. Little lady's crown. Flower. Oh my god, you can get a flower crown. That's rank 13. That's ranked higher than pots of jet black. What else is there? Pots of white, peach blossom, the dote emote. Honestly, I don't know why the... Like, where's the sipping tea? Why is there no... Like, where's the sipping tea? Hang on a second. Categories.
Should be there.
Emotes. How is that not in the top 20? It's a recommended drinking tea, but it's not, like, in the top 20. Let's see. Then there's Washoe, Flower Shower, Snap. Playdead's a good one. Playdead's funny. Box Step, the Side Step, Crimson Lotus, Mega Flare, Power Up, Pretty Please, Eastern Dance, Eastern Greeting, Backflip, and then I Vexed Consider, Senior Sabatender. Some of those are good. All right. Nope, wrong thing. All right, I'm done. Well met. Yep, cool. Get my thing. Oops. Oh, it's a little drag. Wait, is that the Monster Quest? Monster Hunter?
Trumpet_Collins _ demands
no,
you drink.
this one isn't.
Oh, okay.
This is just another dragon.
Oh, okay.
Trumpet Collins _ gaming wants you to stretch. Remember to stretch.
Stretching time.
Oh no.
Hello, Erlo. Welcome back. All right.
Everyone's dreading this one because everyone knows how you're going to react to this.
Why are you saying everyone's dreading this one? No one's dreading shit. Don't be ridiculous. Thank you. All right. You ready? You look ready. Dejanet Quant, there you find the Kalyana's crystals and Sri Lakshmi. Follow me. Alrighty, hang on. Dun, 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 dun. All right, another blue quest, which is most likely going to be for the thingy-madig, what server is this? Maybe I'll show my... I have it in the, maybe I need to put all, like, the tag nonsense at the start of the title, but I put it at the end of the title for the stream, my location, because I'm part of Materia's data center. And then I have, like, Ravana, which you can kind of see in the top left there, behind chat. Yep, cool. So that's the thingy-madiggy for the what's-mahoos. No, I want to invite you.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah, I want to invite you, thank you very much. I'm running the show.
Very well.
All right, so it wants me to go How do I... What is it? Middle click?
Middle click, yeah. Or shift.
Um...
Where is it?
What the... Alt? Control?
Oh. Control right click.
There we go. Alright, we're there.
Okay.
It's literally under this tree. As we deal with some Highland raiders. Hello there, UAE. Welcome to the stream. Alright, talk to her again. Keep that thing away from me. Strapping leader and absolutely afraid of a dragon. Cookie! Here's your cookie. Although that boy is now pixelated me. Would you go after him and explain his people are trespassing? I must tend to my wounds. Lol. Alrighty, so get rid of that one. And then we're going that ways. Dun, 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 dun. Alright. Hopefully I'm going the right way. It's there in the middle. Ah, okay, cool. Bonk. Alright, hopefully I don't hurt myself doing this. Nope, I don't. Cool. You were meant to try... You were trying to help that thing, weren't you? What do you want? They only wanted us to leave their hunting grounds? So they're not savage monsters looking to feast on our innards. I see. Sorry about before. It's not every day you see something like that where I come from. Me and my friends are coming from a small village in the peaks, you see, and with the Garleans blocking all ways in and out of the palace, we'd never travel far. Now that they've mostly gone, we thought we'd have a look around, maybe scavenge for a bit of food. We didn't mean no harm, honestly. Ignore all that. He's just, you know, saying, "Oh, woe is me." All right. Oh, and then we look. Okay, so I need to go back here to hand in one of the quests, and then back here. Ride Pelion 1. So I got like 2 places I need to drop off. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh,
hang a left. Yep. And then there we go. There. So grab you. Yep, cool. So there's the sacks. And then complete. So we got that out of the way, and then we ride the pavilion one more. Apparently, the giant floating space whale was not in range for me. Dun, dun, dun. Is it a whale? Like, is this like a Okay, so it's an organic thing. It's not like a weird mechanical nonsense.
The toolbar for it says, summon forth the lunar whale, which is definitely not an actual whale, but certainly large enough to warrant the name.
Okay.
So it is, but it's not.
I wonder why we call some fishes whales. Or are they mammals? Wait, hang on. How are we... Oh, they want us going through, like... Oh, Jesus. There we go. What the? Why is this thing? Oh, because it's 67 and I'm 76. It's enough of a threat to me. Is this when we start fighting things? Random mount. Yeah, we got the Mega Shibu. Look at him go up this hill. Hey, an elephant. Oh, that's a dangerous elephant. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so I'm not yet at the level to ignore all them peeps. There we go. Alrighty, so once us going up this. I'm gonna put some practice into this whole, like, you know, pulling thing and just being very annoying about it. Oh, that was easy. Alright, so that's the last of the exploring Aether Currents, and then we have, like, one last one for missions, I think? Oh my god, what the fuck was with all those papers?
Oh, that was Scholar.
Ah, okay. Excuse me. Yay. Oh, she's cool. Wait. If this is like the goddess for the snakes, why is she human?
Why, mistress? Why does my Anamika slumber still?
Oh. Apparently Chiaru was correct. She's just sleeping right now.
Look me on her face, supplicant. Thy prayer hath been answered.
Yes, I am the Dank Knight, aka the Dork Knight, aka the Himbo Knight.
Flesh sundered hath been made whole. Blood spilt runneth through her veins. Breath stolen filleth her breast.
Breast.
But she hears not her mother's words, nor sees her mother's face. She's silent and empty.
Only the vessel may be remade, not so the flame which flickered within. Her soul hath been scattered to the four winds.
What's Alize doing?
Now do you see her promises for what they are?
Alize, have you gone mad?
That's not good.
Mayhap I have, but I refuse to stand by and watch yet another tragedy unfold.
Who intrudes upon this sacred ground? Imperials, thirsting for blood!
No! We come not to shed blood, but to save you from the false god who would lead you astray. I understand how you feel. I do. You loved her with all your heart, but when the moment came, you still couldn't save her. The anguish, the anger, I know it only too well. But I also know where this path leads. To embrace a primal is to condemn yourself to an endless cycle of despair. You will never know peace.
A worm-eaten heart may find peace and serenity in service, in beauty and grace. This hath ever been my promise. Naught else.
You tempt them with visions of things that can never be and leave them bereft and wanting. illusion, however sweet, can change the fact that your daughter is gone. Remember her as she was. Do not suffer this piteous shade to tarnish her memory.
For every prayer that primal answers, it'll demand payment in kind. Do you have any idea how many more Ananta will die to feed its hunger for crystals?
They would have thee suffer man's spite and live in fear. Far better to dwell in my beauteous dream than endure so ugly a reality.
I'm still distracted by the fact that this is a snake goddess and she looks nothing like the snakes.
Just listen!
Poor misguided
Well, she is wearing clothes.
children.
Quite a bit of them.
No, that's okay.
You the torments of
This might just sound a bit problematic, but she's smooth, like very smooth skin white. All the other snake ladies, they're scaly and all this kind of other stuff. There's not much about her that feels, you know, like she belongs. It feels more like, oh, this is man's interpretation of a goddess for a native group rather than, you know.
If you look to her waist.
You just tossed your brother into a pool of fire. What the fuck, Alizé?
Abide in misery then, fools. The Ananta are more deserving of my blessing. Leave the...
Sorry, I just needed to...
E. I will not warn you a second time.
I accidentally alt-tab. I'm sorry, Kiaru. I just had to do some things. Because I noticed, like, while the VTuber is, like, smoother than normal a lot of the time, there's still, like, you know, like, the OBS stats tell me, like, you know, 0.2% or 1% of the time, there's, like, you know, some, like, frame droppage, either due to rendering lag or encoding lag. Thankfully, there's been no dropped frames because of the network, which is, you know, best case. So, but... yeah, looking at my stats, it's like, you know, GPU definitely is taking quite a big hit from Final Fantasy, but it's not like, you know, pedaling at 100% the entire time, which is good. Primals cannot be suffered to live. Maybe so, but every time we must turn to you and others like you to do what we cannot. I wish there was another way. We can do but this, which is within our power. Lys, Aphanaud, and I will go and seize the crystal stores. This will not happen again. You, when it is finished, will be waiting for you. Emanation? 9:09 p.m. Let's see if we can get a group. Hang on. Dink. So, because you're a healer right now?
I'm a tank, but let's try double tank, and if that doesn't work, tank and healer.
Alrighty.
Didn't work. Let's try tank healer.
Oh, okay then. Withdraw.
Yep, try now.
It's 9 p.m. on a Saturday, so it's like, may not, you know.
It should.
Looking for tank, looking for tank, looking for tank, looking for healer. Weird. before end of night. All right. Recruit members. Oh wait. Withdraw. Recruit members. Trial emulation. Seeking help to complete. Wishing to finish stream on a high note. Alrighty. Recruit members. Oh, wait, what? Why did it say formed party spells will behave differently? Your party dissolved. The party finder has closed due to changes within the party. What? Hang on. Is it doing a thing? Yep, okay, cool. So it is doing something. Cool.
It is, but it's doing something weird. Go for recruitment criteria.
It seems to think you're a scholar. Edit?
Yeah, just go edit.
Are you seeing it in the Discord, or?
So for that blue one, the blue paladin.
Yep.
Just go any.
Apply changes. There we go.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Jason. We're nearing the end of the stream tonight, and we're going to see if we can end it on a high note by taking on the Lady of Bliss. Let's see how we go. Four lens. Bosja Memory Farm? Never heard of it. Looking for a tank. 6.4 casual static recruiting tank. Oh my goodness. People do like time slots for these things?
Yep.
Damn. Mate. That boy and Kiara are just like, oh my goodness, Grant just doesn't understand it. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna stand here. And I'm gonna start doing my squats. Are you able to enter into this chamber?
No, I couldn't.
Oh, okay. So that's what puts me in there. Is there a way for me to get out of this? Laptop out to dry. Hopefully this puts me... Yep, this puts me back in the fringes. Running. Scarlet Thorn from Sophia has now joined us as a Dark Knight as well. Don't forget to charge your laptop, Dazzy.
I wonder if it's because... I don't know if you're past the... There's this thing in Final Fantasy called eye level cheating, where people will wear level 60 gear so that they get the easier trials and dungeons instead of the harder ones, just so they can blitz through them faster. And I think you're at the point now where people item level cheesing, so you don't get fast queues, but you just miss out because then it's not the easier one anymore.
Radio, radio. So, wait, is it because of an issue with my, like my equipment being low, or is it other people's equipment?
They purposefully put low equipment on so they get easier things.
Okay.
You see it all the time in normal in not only normal raids, but the Alliance raids. They will only ever do British towers, ever.
Hmm.
It's so annoying when you want to do something else than British towers.
Just need 2 more DPSs and we should be good. 1 more DPS. Nice. Hey, one of them is a level 70 like me. I was worried it was just gonna be filled with all these 90s. Like, look at him. Look at this Iraq Therum at level 90. Doing shadow, not shadow, but Stormblood, Stormblood stuff.
This one's fun.
Yep.
Anything past level 60, I start waking up and it starts being interesting.
Okay. That's cool. Two more. Oh, because we need a healer.
Yeah, although
Whoops.
we could do it 7 men.
No. Even better, just 1 less DPS. I love how everyone has like fairly lore accurate kind of last names, and then there's me with Zeebs. Therum sounds like a legitimate name.
It was the name of the first pet I ever got in WoW.
Yeah, sounds like a name.
Because that's what I called it, and that name is stuck. Just as Easter egg things. We could try queuing us up now?
Yeah, I'm just running to it right now, so then that way I'm just like in the Aether thingy-majiggy.
Oh, you can just use Duty Finder now.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you can just queue us up as normal.
But I'm already here. Unable
Very
to
well.
participate while looking for a party. Quit using the party finder.
Okay.
All right, I'll give it like.
I reckon.
You reckon? Either roll? All right.
Either roll.
let's-
Hey.
Just that 4th person just being like, Gotta get that Gotta get that high. I'm just streaming right now, moment in. Did someone put on? No, they haven't. Alrighty then. Also, Discord Fugi, I need to shrink this down so then that way I can see what I'm doing. What?
You'll notice that there is a little action bar.
Grill.
Yes.
Open your heart.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's it. That's all I'm giving you.
That's all you're giving me? Great. Use the etheric residue lingering on your body to temporarily disguise yourself as one of the loyal dreamers. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh, what the fuck?
People will adjust for you, usually. Sometimes. Maybe.
Am I supposed to be in... what? Everyone gets away from me, or everyone crowds on me?
That is a tank buster.
Okay. So normally I should... Bad time, Collins.
You should do 20 squats.
Yeah, point that one away, is basically how that one works.
Am I pointing that one away?
What one? Just listen to the music and chill.
Okay. I'll listen to the music and chill.
Rest your weary souls in my bosom.
Is that what we do? Oh!
Rest your weary souls in her bosom.
Oh. She got big. Why was I seduced? I thought the point is that we had the fucking orb thingy Madigi around us now. Oh, that was cool. Okay, now I got it. That was awesome.
From your hate.
That was cool.
You did not rest your weary souls in her bosom.
Well, yeah, we bamboozled her.
Do you mean bamboozled? I fucked that up.
What do we do here?
Damn, you're actually getting this.
Well,
So
I'm
many
seeing
people
everyone
there.
else throwing bubbles, so I'm just like, oh, I gotta focus.
Yeah, that doesn't stop them. You are one of the first newbies I've ever seen that hasn't flown off the edge yet.
To bliss.
No, I did. Did I do the arm's length there?
No, arm's length does not work.
Okay, so I did. So it was the V roll that. What? No. What did I do?
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
Oh. And I'm guessing once we get the... Oh, what are we doing here?
Your souls are stained.
Wait, is it because of the, like, the orb I pick up off the ground?
It refills your room, yes.
Yep.
Oh. Well,
Oh, Jesus. One of them's dead.
Thank you. Somehow I saw that, I'm like, wow, that's the job for the healers. Do this.
Garfield looking at a sign with his name crossed out. I wonder who that's for. Almost there. Yes! That was good. Zeebs found his true. Thank you, Chiaru, for clipping that. The badonk-donk, the bosoms, the mommy milkers, the snake titties. Excellent. I'm gonna be real, when she became big and such, I thought she was gonna turn into, because I've seen this a few times, the raid with the what's-a-mahoozy, the like it's this giant head and a set of scales or something. Thought it was gonna be that for a second.
You did it again. You saved them. I just wish I could have been more help.
Yeah, you're fine.
So, it looks like the Ananta did have a mountain of crystals after all. Like every other tribe. Gods were all such slaves to our weaknesses.
We're such slaves to our gods, more likely.
You slew our mistress! She was our hope, our salvation! Is there no end to your cruelty?
Nope, absolutely
Listen
not.
to me, please. I know that you're only trying to protect yourselves because you feel frightened and alone. But that's how we all feel. Don't you see?
Got a poo friend, gotta get girlfriend from work, might chill in VRC as well with other friends. We'll catch up on maybe on Sunday. Sounds good. Sounds like an idea, Collins. I'll need to get onto the 20 squats actually real quickly. Hang on a second.
Reflections of your souls, right? Well, you shouldn't have to sacrifice something so precious to a primal.
Here we go. 20 squats.
Who are you to question our choice? You who fight without fear? We wish only to live in peace. And if this be the price we must pay, then so be it!
7, 8,
I know there's nothing I can say to convince you.
10.
But I hope that one day you look back and see we only ever wanted the same
12, 13, 14, 15.
Be gone, damn you!
16,
Spare me your hollow words.
17,
and leave me to mourn.
18, 19, 20.
I'll go. But it doesn't mean I'm giving up.
Thank you for the 20 squats, by the by, Trumpet Collins.
Is our home too. And one way or another, we're going to have to learn to live together.
Ah, drat.
Come on. Alphino and Ali's are waiting.
We gotta learn how to live together. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alamigo. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom.
Ah, the savage returns, and with her tail firmly between her legs, beaten by beastmen, I hear.
It was a shameful display, by all accounts. She may have curried the Viceroy's favor with her bold promises, but in the end, she's just another plodding bungler like the rest of her kind.
Strange. You would think him a better judge of character. Then again, I hear she's not averse to a more physical mode of persuasion.
I thought she rose through the ranks rather quickly, but no longer. If only she had been content with her lot, she might have lived to see the morrow.
They've never really done a good job in making good, like, insulting names to fantasy characters. Or in sci-fi. Clanker, meanwhile, that sounds like a good insulting word. Clone Wars did a really good job with that one. It has that same sort of vitriol as all the other, like, insulting phrases. You can say it with a hard C.
Fedora Rem Lupus. Commander of the Crania Lupi, reporting as ordered.
Why do you tremble so?
Because you're about to kill her.
That the Empire's butcher is afraid. That she who walks with death is terrified of her own.
Yes, obviously.
I'm terrified of dying having achieved naught. Gladly would I give my life to win a great victory on the battlefield, had I but the strength.
Alas, you do not. Indeed, you are weak. And born of this weakness is a blind fervor, a raging inferno which threatens to consume not only you, but everyone around you.
Yes, my lord.
You were defeated by the Resistance on several occasions. You misjudged the Ananta and spurred them into summoning an icon. Have you anything to say?
Nope.
I do not, my lord. My failures are my own. I am prepared to accept your judgment.
Yes, me lord. Job done.
And that is very
righto.
However, I've had enough of this dumb show. Give voice to that hunger I see in your eyes, or I will pluck them from your head.
Off I go, then. Oh, is he actually gonna, like, pluck her eyes or some shit?
I want... I want to make them pay! All of them! Everyone who ever mocked or looked down on me! I want the power to make them pay!
Cool motive. Still murder.
Very well. Then I shall give you a chance. A chance to transcend your mortal limits. Assuming, that is, you are prepared to wager your life for such power.
Transcend, my lord. I came here prepared to die. Tell me what I must do.
Who's this e-boy? The dude looked like a Nazi scientist. Just coming in with that weird swagger. I was half expecting a German accent coming out of him. I wish we could... Oh, Jesus. I wish we could have left on better terms, but that was never going to happen. It could be a problem if they get their hands on more crystals. Never mind. We'll deal with them when the time comes. Yay! Ooh, I can actually get... Would these be better than what I currently have? 4950, 4934. Yes, they would be better than the shrine thingy-majiggies I've got. Yep, so the fending necklace, fending, and changing of the nomad. Okay, cool. And then I can update my gear set. Gives me an ace. Hey, Velk.
Yes?
That looked like schlong for a minute. Wait, where's the... No, not the slow zoom. This one. This one.
Sure, Lord.
This one. Oops. It doesn't want to zoom. Hang on. There we go. You can't tell me that was just schlong written by someone with a little bit of dyslexia in their typing.
Ow, considering that's a kebab.
Yeah, it's just meat. It's a long stick of meat.
Well, there's veggies on it. Surely. Hang on. I can make it. Give me a second.
Give me a second. Let me just see. Am I actually using veggies? You have done us a
paprika, human seeds, black pepper. Oh, so it's just paprika and meat.
Yeah, and what's more, those are spices. Those aren't vegetables.
Yeah, there is a veggie.
Yeah, look. What veggie are you talking about?
Well, the paprika is
The
technically...
paprika's a spice!
Well, sure, but before that...
No, no.
It's a pepper.
It's a spice. You can't... This would be like trying to say KFC's battering is a vegetable. It is not. There is too much in the... You're too far gone. It is not a vegetable.
In the same way that a chili pepper is.
Like, if it stayed as a pepper... But we're talking paprika, which is already, like, grounded in nonsense.
No, this one's not.
Hang on.
Here, you can mouse over it.
Paprika is a spice made from drying ground red peppers. If they called it red peppers or capsicum, like maybe, but like they're calling it paprika. There's a...
You can mouse over it in chat. It's showing the pepper.
This is fucking bullshit. What do you mean which can be dried and grounded to make a mild red? It is a mild red spice. This game has it wrong. Paprika is after. That's like calling, like, that's like looking at a bottle of ketchup. No, looking at a tomato and saying this is ketchup.
Oh, next thing you know, you're gonna tell me that you store ketchup in the fridge.
Only like the used bottle. Like you keep the excess in the pantry. It's not weird. You can't keep a lot of stuff in the pantry in Australia compared to a lot of the other stuff you can keep in the pantry in the States, okay?
You
like
put sauce in the fridge, it's weird.
No, not all the sauces, okay? You only do it with like opened ones that, you know, have a little bit like
Oh.
But no, we're getting distracted. Point is, you can't hold a tomato and tell me it's ketchup the same way you can't hold up a bell pepper and tell me that's paprika. These are very different things. You can't... This game is fucking gaslighting you, okay? A paprika is not a bell pepper. A paprika is grounded into a spice.
No, it's only gaslighting you.
No, you're fucking indoctrinated from this game, looking at a bell pepper and saying, ah, yes, paprika. Like, no,
Yeah,
first, like...
Your opinions on food are invalid anyway. You pour the cereal first.
What the fuck what do you mean? What do you mean invalidated? And don't be like throwing shit like that. There is no wrong way to making your cereal in a bowl.
Yeah, you pour the milk first and then the cereal. That's the only way to do it.
No, that's not the only way to do it. You can do you can do 100% cereal and then 100% milk of whatever portions you want, or you can go a little bit of cereal, a little bit of milk, and you just like keep, you know, layering it on there like you would with most other like kind of recipes. It's a soup. You can do what you want to make your soup.
Never heard it being called breakfast soup. Okay.
Look, cereal is a soup, okay? It's technically a soup.
That's the weirdest thing I've heard today.
I would love to see you deny me. Like, give me your reason as to why cereal can't be a soup.
I never said it couldn't. Because it's just croutons in soup. In milk soup.
Croutons is for... Oh, wait, no. Cornflakes. Yeah, that's a wheat.
Yeah.
You called me on the soup and you raised me croutons. Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh.
I suppose if you eat nachos and if there's enough cheese in there, if you eat nachos with a spoon, that's a cereal.
Ooh. No, I would say, you need the salsa.
Well, no, because the cheese is the dairy.
No, but the cheese is a solid. It's not a liquid. What?
What if you melt it?
No, you can't just drink, like, look, milk you can drink. You can't drink cheese.
You have not tried hard enough.
No, this isn't a you tried hard enough thing. This is a you can't
so
drink.
You have not met my mother.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean I've not met you? Well, she's just like she's just like what, sucking down a cheddar block and turning it into liquid.
Do not give her that idea.
Just fucking
she would
grab a hunk of cheddar, squeeze it in the hand, and just.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, yes.
Hang on, I have a button. Say that again, please.
Jesus Christ.
Badunts. It did the badunts. It probably didn't go through on Discord, but it definitely went through on the Twitch. Grant did the deed. We were but his witness to heroism. Yep, cool. Yep. Just, very thankful, very sorry, and that the growing conflict with the snake egg ladies is going to be difficult because, we killed their god and shit. So, moving on.
Another day, another god.
Oh, that boy. Were you here for when we were discussing Jesus Christ's persona? Like if you had to do the Bible as like a furry series or something like that, like maybe you do a movie like The Prince of Egypt but with furries. Like they probably like if we look hard enough, they probably have already done it. But I mean, like, not just the silly anthropomorphization where it's like aristocrats, but good anthropomorphization like Robin Hood or Zootopia or Beastars, Brand New Animals. That kind of anthropomorphization. He's from the Middle East. Could we? Oh, we could make him an Afghan and wild dog if we wanted to. An Afghan hound. I'm very much of the thought that, if you were to make the Jesus story like a furry movie, you would make him a golden retriever.
Actually, on that note of the Afghan hound with the hair, I can see it.
Hang on a second, I need to Google the Afghan hound. I'm thinking of like basically a greyhound with long hair. I forgot what the Afghan hound. Oh, yeah. It's that. Oh my fucking god!
Right.
That long ass Jesus. Wait.
Yes, that is.
Okay, first off, they are from Afghanistan though. It's not just someone just decided to be like, oh, the French bulldog made in England. Thick, shine, silky coat, and a tail with a ring curl at the end. Selective breeding for its unique features in the cold mountains of Afghanistan. Okay. How far was Jesus from Afghanistan? Wait, no, hang on. Jesus of Nazareth. Where was Nazareth? Nazareth. Israel. Okay, how far is Israel? Israel to Afghanistan distance? Okay, so literally like the other side of the Middle East. Hang on. Let me just get my map. So, chat. Swap over to here so you don't get on any of the thingies.
Does that mean that God is a dog person?
I think it's just personal pref. All right, and then directions to Afghanistan. All right, hang on a second, chat. So this is no, not public transport. Just give me the jump. I'm like, why doesn't it just measure the distance? All right, so Afghanistan is on the right here. So you're basically going from like one side of the Middle East, like broad terms, because it's like, here's the thing. I would consider like from Cairo, going through the Red Sea, south of Yemen, going through Muscat, and cutting through Iran, and then maybe taking a little bit of Turkey. Bring Cyprus in. I think you could get away with Cyprus adding in there. That little circle there, I would put like, you know, as the Middle East. So it's a bit like, it might be a bit of a leap. Like if we wanted to, like, you know, try to keep to like some sort of, oh yeah, if Jesus is going to have a persona, it has to be a persona from the Middle East kind of category. But Afghan Hound could work, or we can just throw the entire thing out of the way and go with Golden Retriever. Why not a bunny because of Easter? No. We're not, the Easter bunny is just a fucked up like Hallmark greeting card sort of creature for the holiday, okay? Like, and hang on a second. Close that. What's more is Easter, like the Easter bunny has nothing to do with like the Christian religion or Catholic. Wait, do the Catholics and the Christians have like a conflict of interest about the Jesus and his resurrection and shit? Or are they on the same page, the Christians and the Catholics? It won't. Sri Lakshmi's gone, but I should probably start at the beginning. And she now explains, you know, our little escapades for the last, like, few hours. A few hours later. Incredible! I don't know what to say. If you hadn't been there to stop her, who knows where it would have ended. You've saved a lot of lives, Grant. Take pride in that. It must be said that this is something of an unprecedented situation. Previous summonings were, to my knowledge, planned well in advance by a whole tribe. Indeed, there are several aspects of this incident which bear further investigation. In any event, the Quiliana's supply of crystals must remain limited for the foreseeable future and ambient aether levels closely observed. Understood. The Alliance will consult with the Resistance and the Vera on how best to enforce said restrictions. Thank you, Vice Marshal. To other matters, then. What news of the Imperials? None, which itself is troubling. Seems as though the skulls and the remainder of the garrison have fully withdrawn into the peaks. We've seen neither hide nor hair of them since Veladonia. Regardless of their reasons, our path is clear. Father has decided that it is time to advance east. Finally. He was also most emphatic that you be spared further duties for the present. You are to rest. It would not do for the Warrior of Light to collapse from exhaustion during the match. We may not be as strong or as quick as him, but we are soldiers nonetheless. We can deal with the Imperials. You've earned this respect, so enjoy it. And the same goes for you, Minago. You've been away from your family too long. Don't deny it. As you say, sir. Thank you. We'll make the most of our time here. Alrighty. I was hoping to get this mission done, basically, but my goodness, how many steps are there to the silence of the gods? Up to me and mine to give you a proper welcome. Mother prepared a special meal for the occasion. Da-da-da-dun. Another cutscene? Jesus. So much going on. Man, the cat people look all fancy. Honored guests, I pray you partake of our humble offerings as we give thanks for your many valiant deeds. Ooh. Low poly turkey. Thank you, sir, for this warm welcome. We are honored to break bread with you and your family. Come, come, eat your fill of our food and drink deep of our spirits. There is more than enough for all. Well then, when you put it that way, don't mind if I do. There we go, completed all the requests. She wasn't kidding when she said her mother could cook. My goodness, so many... How close am I to the end with this much, like, cutscene stuff? Come home from a hunt with dinner on his shoulders, and Yida would prepare it with herbs and spices. Our mother died when I was little, so she did most of the cooking. We didn't have much, but we had each other, and that was enough for me. But that wouldn't let us have even that. Theodric, Gaius, of course, Father and Yida had to fight. I would have too if I'd been older, but they didn't have to die. Sag. It never ends, does it? They call us beasts and they treat us like them. They push and they push and they... until someone pushes back. Until someone takes up arms or summons a god, a false god. If the 12 are watching us, what are they thinking? What are they thinking when they see the strong hurt the weak? When people fight and die and nothing gets better, and it just goes on and on and on and on. You'd have to ask them. I don't have the answers. I very much just want to go to the bathroom in the next, like, 5-10 minutes. Don't think the gods listen to people like me. Eek stretch. Thanks for listening. I know I was just rambling, but I feel better somehow. You know what the answers are, or if there even are any. Either way, life goes on, and we've got to go for it. Sorry, that sounded better in my head. I just must be really tired. Time to turn in, I think. You are absolutely correct. Tomorrow's another day, eh? Let's see what it brings. Sleep well, Grant. Dun, dun. There we go. Yay, and then Alpha Nod has like the final thingy-madiggy where he's just like enjoying a meal. Fight will always be there waiting for us in return. And then we can grab this, and we now have completed all the Aether nonsense. Hell yeah. The Fringe's Aether Current attunement has been completed. Oh my goodness. That was so much time. I can end this... Oh my god, that took a little bit out of it. I can end the stream here. We're done. I still have more missions to do, granted, but... I'll see where I am in, like, the mission list and such, because that was one trial. I think there's one more trial in my list of trials and what have you, but, you know, I'll probably double check and see how far we are, because I think I was, like, you know, 3 more streams away from getting that stuff done. Did you enjoy it, Iraq?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was waiting for emanation.
Waiting for boobies. So it was pretty funny when it happened. Alrighty. Let's go for a raid. And let's see. This is Sharon and Slayer. Himbo. Ooh! How soon is this How far away is this person? Alright, so there is a streamer named Himbo Bangings. Are they starting soon? Or, let's see. Be nice, respect cackles. Okay, they've been on for like 2 minutes. Alrighty then. let's go and raid into this himbo. Nope. Himbo bangings. I'm gonna be real. It's half of the reason because of, you know, himbo in the name. All right. If you need the raid message, here it is. If you've got the emotes, you're welcome to use them. Otherwise, you can use whatever else you want. Our raid message is Himbo Raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. So I'll get the raid started. Should be good. Should be fun. Arak, thank you for joining in with me on Final Fantasy XIV. I greatly appreciate it.
Good.
Definitely, I am getting a little bit better at doing party thingamajiggies. One day I'll be like absolutely amazing at it. Who knows? But yeah. Let's see, what else is in my brain? I will be back online tomorrow morning, so 10 a.m. on my time. I don't know what I'm going to be playing. I don't think it's going to be Legend of Zelda. I think I'm going to go into Kingdom Hearts, honestly, the Melody of Memory. Emery, that's probably what I'm thinking of going into next, but for tomorrow morning. But then I'll get a proper schedule out and such. Otherwise, I want to give a thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Code Nuke Kitty, if you're still around, thank you so much for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. And we'll get ready to raid into Himbo Banging shortly, and hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.